Go.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Painkiller Already, episode 176. In case you're new around here, this is a show about fucking your sister in an alternate dimension, where it rains lube and there are dildos. Lots of dildos. Kicking bullies' asses because sometimes violence is the solution. It's about video games, politics, and deciding whether you'd rather fuck a mermaid who's station bathrooms, white supremacy, and never backing down when some douchebag challenges you to fight at PAX. We laugh at our balding haters, ignore the commie judges in their skybox, wipe our tears with wads of YouTube money, and we command a goddamned army of fucknards. Around here, we know that Hodor is a bitch, that Woody runs the best Minecraft server in the multiverse, that Lefty is most likely a paraplegic, and that I'm made out of motherfucking gold. Our calves are stunning, our hairline's impeccable, and our stats are terrible. We are the Rape Squad Killers, and we're not going anywhere. So let's start the show.
I gotta give it up.
All right.
That was beautiful.
That was amazing.
I'll be handling intros from now on.
I thought we should take turns.
All right.
I'm just thinking next week it might be time for me to drop another rhyme. Bam.
Yeah, you top that next week. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Dude, I will top it next week, and Lefty is going to find himself in quite the pickle.
All right.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to have to get on the mic, am I? Because I will wreck you fools.
I almost dropped the mic after
Seriously.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you have any experience in that, the rap field, Lefty? I've never heard you spit rhymes.
No, that's because...
I know Mr. Gamertag can spit some rhymes.
I
whether
have
he-
spit
people
rhymes
in rap battles
before.
or not is up for debate.
What'd you say?
Whether you can really beat people in rap battles is
I'm
still
sorry,
up for
Chiz.
debate.
I 1v1'd you in a rap battle. Scores posted, biatch.
Scores are really meant to be interpreted from the person who was in it, and I think I outclassed you. I'm just putting it out there.
No, sorry.
But you see, here's the thing. I'm like Nelly. I don't freestyle. That's the thing.
Who freestyles?
Nobody really freestyles.
Nobody
Nobody
freestyles.
good.
Not even
Eminem
professionals.
does. Eminem does.
He
No.
has stuff in his head
Lots of-
cooking all the time that he throws out.
in
when
my
he
head-
frees
Yeah, but
them
that
up.
counts, though. That counts if you've got stuff cooking in your head. You know kind of what goes what with what. I mean, I respect
That's it. I think they have a lot of recipes. Like
He's got a verbal toolbox of Legos, and he puts them together as he will.
Exactly. Hey, we
Just
have a
have
sponsor
some-
tonight. I think he's just a
Hear
quarter
it.
show sponsor, so he doesn't get full love. He gets quarter love.
But still a lot of love. That's
a
a
lot
lot
That
of
means
love.
no love from me, my friend. You didn't pay enough.
All right, so that's it. He gets a quarter love. Which one of us loves him?
Shandaman is a channel where Call of Duty has a home on YouTube. I make tips and tricks videos, or he makes tips and tricks videos, life stories, DLC news, and he interacts with his subscribers, which is always great to see on YouTube. Some people do it better than others, of course. He aims to bring quality content every other day on Call of Duty and other FPS games that he enjoys playing, and then the fans suggest for him. So if you want to play your own little TLC thing, you vote for what you want to see, head on over to Shandaman's channel. There's a link on the screen right now.
Check him out.
Make it-
Link in the description. Best goddamn channel on YouTube. Give him a go.
Absolutely. So, do we want to get to the elephant in the room?
Hey, I have a name.
That's not why you calls is on iTunes. I know everybody's been talking about it. Okay.
I like Chiz's thing. I have a name. Yes. I suppose we should talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah, so we've decided, it was a group decision, we decided that Wings of Redemption wasn't going to continue with us on the show for at least the foreseeable future. He's got a lot of stuff that he needs to work out before he's, up to par with what we need from him. He's having a hard time, and he's made some decisions that we didn't feel were so friendly. So for the time being, we're gonna continue without him. We have not replaced him with anyone. Chiz is our guest tonight. And we will be looking into someone who will fill in more of a long-term role. That may be Chiz. That may be, it might be Pootie Pie. It's going to be somebody. We'll find out soon.
Yep. I know that I feel like the subreddit, we've been super active on the subreddit. I know all those guys that are probably watching right now. It's called PKA. If you're a Redditor, you might know how to find a subreddit. And I think a lot of people would like a laundry list that kind of explains how we arrived at our decision. And I don't know what Lefty's smiling at.
Yeah, and the laundry list really wouldn't be fair to Wings. We don't want
Exactly.
to trash Wings. We don't want to call Wings Wings out. We don't like doing that. But suffice it to say, he's made some decisions, not just recently. It's not something he did recently necessarily. It's everything that he's done that has kind of added up together. And that's why we made this decision.
And
So-
if Kyle or I or anybody were to sit here and list out everything that we didn't think was the right way to go about things over the last couple of years, without him here to defend himself or give his side, then that would be inappropriate. So
Correct.
And then the other thing is, like, I saw a video go up. It was like Wings of Redemption versus Woody's Gamertag. I haven't said anything negative about Wings in the public space. I am not here to tear the guy down. I hope that he succeeds. I want him to
Yes.
succeed in social media. I want him to succeed in his life, in his family, in his love life, and like I am not here like rooting for this guy to fail. You guys have heard me talk many times about my list of people to kill. Wings of Redemption is not on that list. You know, Wings of Redemption is
Yes.
on the other list.
I can confirm. I've seen the list.
I hope that Wings does well in his life, and I'm not sitting here rooting against him. That's just not how this is. So if you see, like, you know, some sort of opportunist try to drum up drama and act like this is a Wings versus Woody thing, don't get it twisted. It was really the
Nope,
cast of the
not the
show.
case.
Not the case at all. The cast of the show just decided that that we'd be better off this way.
Yeah. So, what do you want to tackle first? Do you want to go into the survival talk? Explain what happened last week?
Sure.
Do you want me to start?
I could go either way. I don't know. So I'm sitting here wondering, like, how many of, I guess a lot of the people seeing this haven't seen my videos, where I sort of vlogged it. We should probably go under the assumption that more people see this than the survival videos.
True.
Kick it off, Kyle.
All right, so I'm gonna skip a few things. By the way, you should go watch Woody's vlogs. He's got like 13 of them up. They're pretty short and sweet, but they give you the gist of just about everything that happened. I'm going to be uploading a few more on my channel, youtube.com/FPS, and that'll probably be about the time that this goes up. So what happened was we met up at our meet spot by the Uwharrie National Wilderness Area. We got our bait, and actually we didn't get any bait. We got our tackle and any last-minute items we needed, fishing license, etc., and we headed into the fucking wilderness. And we parked the truck, started walking, and we walked, I don't know, we walked a good ways.
Couple hours.
Yeah, along the side of the Uwharrie River, which I had only ever seen before in satellite imaging. And it turns out that thing's a little bit bigger than it looks from
In the
space.
satellite images, it looked like you could, like, there were areas where you could step on top of the rocks and, like, skip your way across. And if you see rocks coming out of the river that you can walk across, probably the space between the rocks is only knee deep or so, right?
Yeah.
That was
Not
not
the
the case. No. When we got there, the rocks were not dry. They were covered
No.
by raging river. And thank you
Yeah,
for
tell us
holding my
about that
hand.
crossing.
Yeah,
Woody.
how'd
Tell us what was
that
that?
go?
What
All right.
was it?
What happened
What
there?
was it?
So from my point of view, I basically said, "Does this look like a good spot to cross?" And we kind of agreed that it was, and I took my sneakers off and put my mandals on that everyone likes to make fun of so much, and I started heading across. I got across, and I don't know, it probably took me 10 minutes to get across, and I realized I didn't have my phone. It had fallen out of my pocket on the other side of the river. So I made a walking stick, crossed back to the other side, and retrieved my phone plus about half of Woody's gear.
That's
A
so
quarter of-
unfair. That's so unfair because
True.
I had
It
like
was
a,
unfair.
a
It was
40
unfair
or
for me to
50
carry your
pound
thing.
pack on my back, and he's like, then I carried Woody's stuff, and by that he means like the bedroll.
I carried Woody's bedroll and a plastic bag full of other items, plus my phone and maybe something else. I carried that stuff across to the other side of the river once again, and then I started waiting on Woody to make his way, and he picked a walking stick that I would not have picked.
That walking stick
Mine was
fine.
about 5.5 feet long and pretty skinny, and his was about 3 feet long and really fat.
One
and
might call it the thick six.
Yes, he pulled out a thick six and tried to navigate these rapids with it, and the current was really strong, guys. Like it's pushing against your legs, and every step you take is an unbalanced one. You feel like you're going to lose your footing, fall on the thing, and just get washed down river. So I crossed the river again and took Woody by the hand and led him back across.
No.
And finally, two of us were both on the same correct side of the river.
I didn't make a
Did he at
big
least
deal
thank
out of
you
the
on
footwear
time?
on the subreddit, but I really think that because we crossed again at like I don't know what time it was. I'm gonna call it 2 a.m.
1 a.m.
Okay. But it was dark out. The river was even stronger because like it had started to like drizzle or something. And we did another river crossing, but this time because we were headed home, I wore my shoes. Like I didn't care if they got soaked, and I walked across pretty much fine. It was the barefoot that actually made a big difference.
I didn't realize you were barefoot at the time. That would have made it rough.
Yeah, the rocks were
It'd make it rough.
like incredibly slippery, and it was. If I were to do it again, what I brought in terms of I brought hiking boots and I brought flip-flops, like little rubber flip-flops, and they're nice for hiking because they're so lightweight and you can just throw them in your pack or hang them on, and that's really where my experience was based in. But for this kind of thing where you really only hiked a couple hours, then you intend to stay there for a week, I could have brought Mandals like Kyle had because they were a better pick.
Optimal. So then we walked a bit further and we found our campsite. We went pretty high up as far as elevation, away from the rivers because we were expecting a couple of inches of rain the next day, and we started making our camp. We chopped down, I'm going to call it 30 trees, started building our shelter, got our firewood established, and pretty much got our camp done. We also cut down a really big tree that fell right
I would say
across the
30
camp.
saplings in a tree.
Yeah. We cut a big tree down with our bare fucking hands, pretty much.
Bare hands. There was
Yeah.
no cutting of the tree.
I
I
feel-
chewed that son of a bitch.
My testosterone level was rising just because I became such a macho badass as I cut down the trees. Carry on.
So we had our camp pretty well established, and we decided to walk back down to the river and cast our lines out there. And we did so, and I'm just going to skip to the end on the fishing part. We never caught a fish. Not one. Although I will say this, occasionally these big, beautiful, delicious-looking fish would jump clear out of the water
Yes.
and mock me.
That's exactly it. I think I saw one fish do this. Just throwing that out there.
They were flying out of the water, just giving us the fuck you and swimming back away. It was terrible, and so we're getting pretty hungry at this point, and we would go back and forth between fishing and our shelter. We wanted to recast the lines, check them for food, etc., and then go back and start improving our shelter. And we got our shelter pretty well established. It just needed to be thatched up so that it was weatherproof. But we had the structure there, and we were down there fishing, and I look upriver about 250 yards, pretty much the same as meters for the rest of you guys.
Okay, carry on.
And there's what I don't know what they're called, but it's a stork. There's a stork up there, and I'm pretty sure these things are protected by some law, but I was really, really hungry. And so I'm like, I'm going to go kill that fucking bird, and we're going to eat. So I grab Woody's rifle, and I start running back up river. But I go into the forest a little bit so he doesn't see me coming. These things have really good eyesight, believe it or not. I get all the way down there. It's 250 yards. It's 500 feet. I run 500 feet in a roundabout way, and he's gone. And I'm just like, fuck. 250 yards is 750 feet. You were right. I run 750 feet. And this motherfucker is gone. And I'm like, shit. I was expecting food at this juncture. So I jog back to Woody, and I'm like, you're not going to believe it. I got there. He was gone. I turn around, and I point back up river. I was like, he was right there. And there he is. He's back in the same goddamn spot. And I'm like, I'm going to go kill that motherfucker. BRB. And so I start jogging again. I do the jog again. Get down there. He's gone. I shit you not. Now I'm
Was
just
this a mirage story?
Mirage.
No, it's a smart bird story. So I jog all the way back. So now I've jogged
He's wasted.
3,000 feet, over half a mile. I jog all the way back.
Oh wait, maybe it is 3,000. Yeah, back.
Yeah,
okay,
3,000.
carry on. My mistake.
And I'm like, Woody, you're not gonna believe it. He was gone again. And I look downriver, 250 yards, and there the motherfucker is.
Yeah.
And,
And then he
point
comes
at him.
flying by. Just
Yeah, as we point at him, he takes off, makes this big looping circle, and goes back to where we originally saw him. And I was like, all right, we're not capable of dealing with him. Now, He's too smart for us. We can't handle him. If I'd had a more high-powered rifle like a 5.56, I'd have totally sniped him out. It'd been done, but we didn't. So then I'm like, these fish aren't working. I don't see any crayfish. There's nowhere really to build those fish traps we talked about. Well, it's turtle time. It's turtle time. We're gonna eat those turtles that keep popping up for air in the river.
Mocking us with the fish.
Yeah. They would come up. They come up to the top of the water, stick their heads up, get a couple breaths of air, and then go back down. And there was a really big tree that had fallen into the river. And I get up on that tree and go out into the water on the tree, so I'm looking at a downward angle to the water, so my bullets won't skip and they'll be more effective. And I just wait. And finally, a turtle pops up. It's about the size of a dinner plate, I'm gonna say. And I shoot the thing, and he's dead. He's dead. He's just floating there. And I'm like, Woody, I got it. We're gonna eat. Run back down to Woody, give him his rifle, and I start swimming across this fucking river. And I'm not a good swimmer. I'm no Woody's Gamertag. So I'm wondering at this point why Woody's Gamertag didn't show off his Aquaman skills and swim that fucking river.
I didn't even see the turtle. This isn't even a confirmed kill. Like I didn't.
I saw the turtle. He was done.
He saw the turtle with the mirage,
Yeah, right. It was next to the fake store. Carry on.
Done. Swim across the river, get over there. The son of a bitch has sank to the bottom. He's gone. And I am exhausted in a way that it's not like being tired. I'm exhausted. I feel like my chest feels hollow.
And
my
he's
stomach
low on
feels
food
hollow.
at this point too. I mean, he ate breakfast and it's probably 7 p.m.
Yeah. So I start throwing up right about then. I threw up a couple times. Crossed the river. It took me much longer to cross the river this time, even though I was waiting. I went upriver where it was more shallow. And from then on, I just really felt like shit. We got back to camp. I laid down on my mat just on the ground. Ticks got all over me. Chiggers got in my legs. Chiggers are like these worms that burrow into your skin. And you want to take it from there?
So let's see. At that point, we went back up. We had a little more shelter to do. I think maybe I worked on the shelter a little bit. I definitely got the fire cooking. And I had this idea that if we could get Kyle warmed up, dry, and rested, that he might, recover to some extent. And there we laid for like the next 6 or 7 hours. It's hard to track time. He kept throwing up. It was like, I don't know how frequent he was throwing up. I'll call it every 40 minutes or so, but it was a lot, right? Sometimes productive, sometimes just dry heaving, but the guy was sick, really sick. And,
and it was the bad kind of vomiting. It wasn't like, all right, I'm drunk, let's get all of this out. It wasn't like that. It was like, there's nothing in me, but my body still thinks there's like poison inside of me, and I'm just like retching, and my stomach is just tightening into this ball, and it's really painful. And I'm trying to control my breathing to control the impulse to vomit, and I'm just like, and I know Woody must be thinking, is he gonna die on me?
I was trying to get him better, right? So I did the fire, as I said I would. We got that thing started and at an appropriate size, and as it headed into night, it was just like, well, I guess we'll sleep like this. Kyle didn't even sleep in the structure. He just laid out he had a bedroll on the ground. I laid out my bedroll in the structure, which sounds selfish, but trust me, it wasn't any comfy thing. I promise you.
I got the best of it besides the bugs. He was in there rolling around on those sticks.
Oh,
it did not look comfortable.
No, don't go thinking that I took the prime spot or something. As a matter of fact, many times I was tempted to join him on the ground.
You should have.
Yeah. So I completely lost track of time. I would doze off and then wake up, and the fire needed to be reinvigorated, and I repeated that process. It was probably, would you call it midnight, 1 a.m. ish?
It was exactly midnight.
Okay.
when you woke up, and so from my frame of view, I was just lying there with my head on a log as a pillow, staring at the sky up through the pine trees. It was a full moon, but it was cloudy and overcast, so the clouds kind of reflect the moonlight, and everything was lit up almost like dawn. And it started raining.
But that dawn thing is a key, because to me, I thought it was dawn. Like the fire was especially low, like it maybe even gone out, just embers at that point. And I look up and it looks like dawn, and it's starting to rain. So now we're headed into that day 2, the 25-degree freezing rain. And in my head, we need to zoom out of here or we're staying till Thursday. Those are our choices. And Kyle has not stopped throwing up. So, and the whole thing about the Thursday is I've been in here when it rains before in that forest, and the flash flooding is ridiculous. There are so many hills that the water all just rushes down quickly, and it floods. It floods hard. You've heard my stories over the roof of the truck before, and I know that we can't cross this river after or during a rain. So it's starting to rain, and I say, Kyle, do you want to go home? Thinking that it's Tuesday morning, but it's not. It's around midnight on Monday.
Yeah, and I'm just like, yeah. Because I was pretty much thinking the same thing. I knew that it was midnight, but I knew that if we didn't go then, the next day was just going to be worse. It was going to be much worse, and I didn't know if I was going to get better or not. So we packed our shit, and we walked out of there, and the walk out of there was miserable for me. I know. Like the pack was like digging into my shoulder, and things weren't packed nearly as well as they were, when we packed them at home, so it was jostling around. Crossed that stupid fucking river at 1 in the morning, and like Woody's walking in front of me, I'm holding his pack so neither one of us fall, and got back to his truck. He dropped me at my car.
Wait. I don't think we covered that properly. On the way back, I led the way like the macho fucking man I am, and Kyle did the equivalent of holding my hand. There's a
Nope.
Yes.
Nope, not
Yep,
at all.
Kyle's probably feverish and been retching all night. And
There's
Woody's
like
like,
a-
I can't
No
do
excuses,
this.
play like a champion.
Yet.
There's like a handle
Yeah.
on the top of my backpack, right? And he is holding on to this thing so that, much like
So
he
that
might
you
help,
don't fall in.
so that a little old lady, like kind of Kyle, like you might help her cross the street.
I disagree. I was holding onto that backpack because you kept losing your balance, and I wanted to make sure you didn't go down. I could have
Bullshit.
jogged across that river.
Bullshit. No, this time I had footwear, and I crossed that river like the Aquaman I am. And Kyle held on for dear life so that he didn't get washed downstream.
Not true. Regardless, it's not true. Got back to my car, and I got in some dry clothes that I had
But
in my
wait,
trunk.
there's a thing.
Oh, is there?
On the way back, so Kyle is, I guess, struggling. Me, I'm fine. It's interesting to me because I haven't eaten in a long time, and the hunger had come and gone. I think even my strength kind of returned after my rest, and there's frogs everywhere. We must have seen like
7.
7? Okay, I was going to say 9, but there's your ballpark. And it's like, dude, we totally could have caught these frogs. They were sitting there. We were walking within 3 feet of them. I think I could have hit them with a stick, killed them, and had a food source. So it's like, we didn't catch the fish, but I think we had figured out how to feed ourselves in terms of frogs' legs.
We definitely had. It was nighttime, and there were just so many frogs in the mud puddles created in the path, and we totally could have grabbed at least 6 or 7 frogs and eaten them, but I was vomiting. I think I threw up two, at least twice on the way out, and then once more when we got to my car. So it was like,
Yeah.
if Woody had been like, "Hey Kyle, would you like some frog legs that I just dug out of this cesspool over here?" I'd have threw up on him.
Yeah. Kyle, so my truck was near the thing because it was like a dirt, like you wouldn't want to take a nice sports car near the campsite. And so we took my truck together, and then I drove him back to his car. He vomits in the parking lot, and then like gives me this cootie handshake as a goodbye.
I don't understand the cootie handshake. I didn't throw up on my hand.
You're sick though.
That's not how I throw up. Yeah, but where's my hand been?
You got
Attached
pores
to
on
your body.
You don't.
Don't
If
you?
you shake hands with sick people, you can get sick.
Yeah, if they have germs on their hand. I had no reason to have germs on my hand.
You're vomiting, and no one knows the cause.
All right, fair enough. He shook my hand like a man, though.
I
They
did.
used
Yeah,
to
I didn't.
spit
No
in their hand.
flinching. No nothing.
Well, he held back a little. He was like, all right.
No, maybe in the truck later there was a little of this going on. But
Some Purell.
Sanitizer.
yeah, and then I got home around 5 or 6 a.m. the next day.
So I drove. I'm gonna say it took me about 3.5 hours to get to Anderson, South Carolina, and that is when I finally had like hunger again. I didn't eat as soon as I got out of there. I waited 3.5 hours, and I stopped at a Jack in the Box, and I got this giant cheeseburger and these curly fries and a Coke, and I was like, this is gonna be so good. I started eating it, and I had the worst pain in the roof of my mouth. So it felt like burns. It felt like at least first-degree burns in the roof of my mouth. And my eyes were watering, like I was tearing up, and I was like, God, what is this? And I'm like looking I'm like scrubbing the roof of my mouth with like napkins, thinking maybe I don't know, there was something on the food. I took one bite of the food, that's all I could eat, and apparently I got a bacterial infection somehow, and that's all worked its way out now. But
oh, I'm sorry, I was gonna jump in a quick thing. There was a thought that the water filter didn't do its job, and that's why he got a bacterial infection. And somebody made a post on the subreddit, which got a lot of attention, and then they also made a video, which is what they linked on the subreddit. But that person, while well-meaning, was off target, and he knows that. What he did is he found out that a Brita water filter, like something you might use in your house to filter tap water, doesn't get bacteria out of the lake. But the water filter I bought does. It's specifically for that purpose, for hikers, for unknown water sources like this, like a Life Straw type of filter. Carbon, it had like a ceramic filter, a paper filter, and a carbon filter, and it handled down to like 2 microns, and it specifically calls out that it's for bacteria, and I drank a ton of that same water and didn't get sick at all. My guess is, if it's bacterial, which I don't know, I'm not really a healthcare pro, probably in the swim, maybe he drank some without intending to.
Or in my nose, or in a cut. I had cuts all over me.
These are all good ideas, but I don't think it was the filtered water, because I know I drank like a gallon of that stuff.
Yeah, so I was really bummed out by that. I still feel bad that we didn't get the job done. So we are gonna go again, right?
Yeah, I wasn't so. I wasn't pushing it too hard. Kyle, by his car, as he's vomiting, suggested we do something less extreme. But, look.
But that was really Kyle, because I was half dead.
Yeah, he didn't have the benefit of reflection, right? Now that he's at home and he's fed again and he's more fully amped, maybe we can give the exact same thing another go. Maybe we.
Oh God, not the exact. Not really. Not that place.
Maybe not.
I just
maybe
feel
not
like that
across the
place
river,
doesn't have any. Something about that place, man. Like we said, it wasn't squirrel or rabbit season. But after a while we were working really hard. Like I can go a day without food if I'm chilling at my house. But if you go a day without food, I'm telling you, what we were doing was strenuous labor. I chopped down 30 or 40 trees by hand with a saw, and I was tying. Regardless, lots of work, and I didn't feel like it. I was just so hungry, so worn out, and I was like, I'm gonna kill some stuff. I was walking around that 22, and I'd have shot anything I saw that looked edible. There were these tiny, like, finch-type birds in the trees. I'm telling you, these things couldn't have weighed more than an ounce. And I took a pot shot at one way up in a tree. I was like, if he falls, I'm just going to eat him whole. I'm just going to, like, pop this son of a bitch in my mouth like a peep.
like he's one of those peeps. Oh, did you just say peep from Easter?
Uh-huh.
God damn it, that was the line I was going to eat.
I'm witty as fuck. You can't keep up with this.
So I could on the second river crossing. Carry on.
So yeah, I was totally ready to massacre some squirrels, rabbits, whatever, out of season. I didn't give a fuck. There were no people within miles and miles. We were going to eat those sons of bitches, and I was going to live. But there weren't any. We didn't see one. It was really bad. So I would like to scout the next location. And do you think it's okay to mention who I spoke to last night who said he would be up for the next trip?
Yes, I do think it's okay.
Syndicate. Syndicate told me last night that he would totally be up for the next survival trip.
Yeah, I think that'd be neat. I think he'd be fun. So.
And I bet I know Chiz here would be willing to go, and that would give us a quick 4-man team, no problem.
Yeah, I saw Chiz's thing. Would you be
careful when you sleep,
trip?
though? He might stab you in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Shiv.
Dr. Shiv.
I lost my train of thought. But yeah. All right, so we'll do it again. I had a couple thoughts. One thought was we do something less extreme in the summertime and then schedule a full-on survival trip at a time that works with Lozon's fight schedule.
Ooh.
Do like a filler trip. I don't know what that filler trip is. Maybe take a zip line through some Nicaraguan rainforest. It's making shit up.
Awesome.
Yeah, right? Like, I want to do something awesome. We'll just, dude, Nicaragua's not that far. It's like a 5-hour plane trip or something.
Isn't that where they like kidnap people and send your fingers to your relatives?
Listen, any place with awesome fun is going to have its downsides. Don't focus on them for the mild kidnapping and gun trading and shit. It's just go take the zip line. Be
like,
a nice
you need
little
both
tourist.
your kindies.
I
Don't
feel
be
like
pansy.
I feel like Nicaraguan ziplining is a one-stop ticket to becoming an indentured servant
Like,
for some Nicaraguan warlord.
Line with guns.
I've been to Nicaragua before. It didn't seem like a big deal. Dominican Republic, that had a mafia that like, you were always aware of what the mafia was doing, like where they were in control and where people had died recently. But in Nicaragua, it wasn't like that at all.
They got guns.
But I'm just making stuff up. Like, I had another idea that we could take Kyle's yacht to Barbados. That is the dumbest idea for me because I get seasick and I'd be trapped at sea for days.
And no one knows how to sail amongst the crew.
You're gonna make a big deal out of every hiccup. You'll never get anything done.
No, I'm down.
The boat's
Just
also
bring
in
oars, though.
disarray, isn't it? Is it not?
That makes it more exciting, Lefty.
Yeah, Lefty. You think we won't figure out how to sail on the way?
So you don't know how to sail on a ship that is barely seaworthy, if it is at all, but we're gonna do it.
Is it floating? All right, it's good.
Now I know
All right,
why
what more do you
Wings
need?
called you such a pussy about everything, man.
Oh, how did that work out? How did that whole Lefty's a pussy because he won't go on the survival trip work out? I just want to know.
Yeah, I'll tell you step 2. I don't go to Barbados, so that's me. What was I gonna say?
I'd fly to Barbados to get drunk on a beach, but
I'm just throwing out ideas. Like, I'd like to do some sort of adventure. It doesn't even have to be long, like a 4-day trip where we.
Trucking.
Dude, in the Dominican Republic, I know a spot where you can you can hike to the top of a mountain, and then you pretty much swim down this river, and there's I think 27 waterfalls along the way, and you just sort of jump on them. We could go do that.
Swim down a river.
Yeah, well, it's easy. You float, and then the river, you're going downhill. I've done it. It's no big deal.
Oh, okay. Just.
Yeah.
I've never. No. If it sounds fun,
We could go to the Dominican Republic and take a river full of water. Not all the waterfalls are big. Some of them are 7 feet tall. You just jump off them.
We need a kayak down that motherfucker.
Yeah. Does anyone bring floaties and shit to go
I'm bringing
down
a
it?
kayak. That's the way to do it.
No.
You're
Kayaking
gonna be hitting people with oars and shit.
It's
while they
totally
go
not
down
the way
the
to do
bodies.
it. But I'm just throwing out little things we can do as a filler trip, maybe on the way to the fall when it will be proper hunting season, and we can kill and eat stuff proper. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say this out loud. I'll say it anyway. Lozon doesn't have a date for a fight, but he's looking at August-ish. So
Okay.
one might assume you give the guy 10 days after a fight to heal open wounds or whatever might happen during UFC fights, and then we go.
Well, hopefully he just chokes the guy out immediately and he's all good.
Last time, I think he could have done 2
The
fights in
inside of
2
his
days.
left arm. Yeah, the inside of his left arm is bruised from choking.
Yeah, it's every UFC fight. Who was saying it? Oh, Nick Diaz. He's like, man, I get more beat up in my wins than I do in my losses. There's dangerous people in that octagon. Even in your wins, you might need a recovery week. So, anyway, those are the kind. Or we could do it twice. I don't know, but I'm down for
New topic?
living a life. Sure. Do you have one, or you want one?
I have one.
Okay.
So, all right. So I saw that the state of Tennessee has now dropped their zero tolerance policy for kids fighting in the public schools. Beforehand, if someone attacked you and you just defended yourself, you got in the same trouble they did. Or if someone was beating up on someone who can't defend themselves and you jumped in, you were just as culpable as the original bully. They're done with that. They're moving toward a common sense approach. And first, I guess I'd like to ask your opinions about that, and then I've got a second little caveat to that whole thing.
I like it.
Yeah. Not only should you be able to defend yourself, but I think in some cases you should be allowed to kick a guy's ass.
Exactly, that's what they're talking about. They're basically saying like if Woody picks a fight with me and I choke him out, then I don't get any trouble, but Woody does.
Right.
Yeah, and that pick a fight might be nonverbal. Right?
What if you like look at me wrong?
Yeah.
No, what if I make fun of your
Woody
little brother
looked at
or
me
something?
wrong, so
Woody gave me the stink eye, man.
What if I say horrible and evil things about your sister or your mom?
it doesn't cut it.
No, it does.
verbal,
I might need an ass kicking in that situation.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I
a
feel like
little.
most of those fights would start verbally, so I'm in favor of if you're talking shit and I come at you, you're at fault.
What if he
started it.
canceled on you last second on something really important?
Okay, I get the joke. I'm
What?
not-
Like you got a project due or something, and he's just like, "Nah, man, I didn't do anything."
I
And then
can't
you can-
co-sign on this, Lefty. I can't co-sign on this. I don't want to do this to the poor man.
What? I'm talking about a project you worked in. I'm sure you worked part of teams where people
arts and
refuse to do
crafts,
stuff.
glitter, all kinds of shit.
This is not honestly a joke that you think it is. It's just a.
My bad.
If he tries to screw you academically, can you be like, "No, man, that's my."
Well,
my
in your
livelihood."
situation, Lefty, yes. Yeah, if that guy, like let's say you're in a class project together and he doesn't do it for you, he needs an ass kicking. Duh.
Okay, so we all pretty much agree on that. Here's the second part. So a few school districts around the country, this is the United States, are considering implementing self-defense classes in their schools. This would be, teaching some kind of a martial art to kids. What do you think about that? And we're talking about like maybe elementary school, middle school here, not high school necessarily, not like a competitive boxing team, but teaching kids how to fight so they can defend themselves in school.
I'm all in favor of it because it's one to teach them self-defense, but also things like discipline. And growing up, if I had the choice between doing PE and running in the yard nonstop or learning a mixed martial art, I think I would do that. And you'd bring down the level of fat children that probably could have voted bigger. But I mean, you would, because it's like, if you start them out that young, hey, do you want to go run mindlessly into the field, or do you want to like learn to kick someone's ass but don't use it? I think more of them would vote for that if they had the option. And
But that's the sticker though, isn't it? The don't
What?
use it part. We're gonna give you these things.
But you're teaching
we're
them
gonna
things
trust
like you teach. I mean, Woody and both Kyle have gone through actually some mixed martial arts, but they teach you those skills and how to use them properly, and you have the mindset while you do it. I'm not supposed to use this shit. I can really hurt somebody. I think
don't
you can
like
still
it.
instill that in a child at a young age. Really?
As
I think it
much
would-
as
yeah.
I love violence, and God, I love some goddamn violence, I think that when you teach kids how to be violent, you get more violent kids. I think that I like
But
the
kids
model
are violent
now.
from the get-go.
I like the model now where the kids sort of self-select and they go at it more seriously, and it's not just a passing knowledge of how to lay in a choke or something like that.
That's not what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about a class. I'm talking about like
field.
I think you're
reading,
talking,
writing, and arithmetic and taekwondo.
but I picture it. Maybe I'm off target here. Like in gym class, it's like baseball for 2 weeks, and then it's soccer for 2 weeks, and then it's crab soccer with those little rolling dolly things.
No.
Class.
No, you choose between volleyball, softball, and Krav Maga.
Oh God.
And that lasts an entire quarter or semester.
You can. And I think later in high school,
Substitute
it would
for
be the
PE.
sort of thing where it's an elective. Where like I took welding like 5 fucking times, like 5 semesters or something like that.
I don't
I'd
know,
be a-
man. I feel like the kids in Krav Maga. But then again, the wrestling kids don't do that, so maybe I'm wrong.
Right?
Like,
Think about
did your wrestling
there's that
team
kid.
beat up all the other guys in high school? Because I
No.
bet they could have.
Yeah.
But in my recollection, like our wrestling team never beat anybody up.
There was a kid not recently who brought 2 kitchen knives to school and went on a fucking rampage. He stabbed. My stats are wrong, like I said in the beginning, but let's just call it 15 to 20 people, and several were critically injured. If those kids had known little Krav Maga, they'd have been going Jackie Chan on this guy, completely disarming him, snapping his arm. It would have been done, right?
Yeah. I don't see how
Imagine-
it's that bad. when you
Maybe,
beat-
or they would have jumped into a situation that got them hurt when they wouldn't have been targeted.
They were already in a situation where
I mean, they got
he was
stabbed.
stabbing everyone.
Well,
he
no,
could.
but you say if they knew this, then that wouldn't have happened. Well, if somebody had self-defense training, who's to say they wouldn't have jumped in thinking, oh, I'm going to stop this, and then all of a sudden, you're getting Dr. Shiv treatment over there.
They did stop it. The only reason the rampage stopped is because a student and a teacher piled on top of this guy and whipped his ass.
Courage.
They're heroes.
I don't. We
Hey,
learned.
someone's got to step up to the plate, or that guy would have kept going.
The first time I started training, I went to a Gracie Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu school, and they taught you anti-knife stuff. And as they taught it to us, they would be like, "This is mostly bullshit. Like, it's not gonna work for you very often." And we had they weren't rubber knives; they were more like hard plastic, but they didn't cut you, but they pokey. And they're just like, if a guy has a knife, it's dreadful. And then we did the whole exercise with the Sharpie and the T-shirt, and it's just like, dude, it is wickedly difficult to do knife defense.
Free. But if you have been trained in knife defense, you will do better than any of those poor students who were massacred at that school recently.
Yeah, but how much better is better in this case?
I don't know. Maybe instead of 3 in critical condition, just 1. Maybe the first guy puts him in some arm lock and gets stabbed pretty badly, but then the rest of the Krav Maga team comes in. They stitch kid A up, and then they rape the evil kid.
I hear.
I'm talking about a real rape. This isn't.
No, I'm all for the real rape. He needs
real
some
rape.
lesson.
Yeah. I'm all for rape being instituted as a capital punishment.
Now, do you need to use your own penis, or can you use a mop handle?
Strap-on dildo, whatever you need to get the job done.
Okay.
Maybe you're not packing a thick 6. Maybe you're a little on the small side. You need to strap something on. You ever see that rig from the movie Seven?
No, I have, but it's been a long time.
Well, it's got a giant knife attached to your crotch, basically. Yeah. And I think the worst of the worst deserve a little something like that.
Yeah.
I don't really see any errors in your line of thinking.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
I have a state topic too.
Let's hear it.
North Carolina, Oklahoma, Nebraska, and Louisiana all ban sodomy.
Ah.
Yeah, I know, right? And this includes North Carolina, but not necrophilia. So these are all states.
Sodomy.
Sodomy is pretty much sex that's not vaginal. So it would be oral and anal.
Anal. Yeah, that means you can't get a BJ from your girlfriend, technically. Now, these laws are normally instituted to go after homosexuals. Mm-hmm. Because homosexuals obviously aren't putting penises in vaginas ever. That's the one group that never has vaginal sex with each other.
In North Carolina, you can't get oral satisfaction, but you can diddle a dead person.
Yes, and I will say this. All right, so here's my thinking on this. As ridiculous as it sounds, I think what's going on there is it's 2-part. 1, those states wanted to take some stand against homosexuality, and 2, who the fuck's fucking dead people, man? Look, the ugliest motherfucker out there can find a cow to fuck or something. Like, you don't have to fuck a dead person.
Yeah, but what if you want to?
There's a lot of pretty dead people,
right?
Though.
Like, I'm thinking to myself,
I don't care. When I
hear
die,
me out here. Let's say that you're really horny and you can't pick up girls, but there's a dead one, and while she might be cold now, she's only like 6 minutes in the microwave from being a good lay.
Ooh, microwave? Is that how you do it?
That's how I do it. How do you do it?
I would slow roast them.
I usually take a hairdryer and just warm up the bits I want to use.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Where do you find that big of a microwave at? You got a problem on your hands.
Yeah, that's scary.
No, I got a guy. Don't worry.
Commercial kitchen. We got a guy. Yeah, I would think that if I used a hairdryer to warm up my favorite bits, that those bits might dry out.
Necrophilia is a victimless crime, if you ask me. Okay? If after I die, and I mean this, I really do. We joke around a lot. But after I die, don't do it in front of my family or anything. That would be inappropriate. Don't video it or anything like that. But if you want to fuck me, you go right at it. I don't care what you
just get this clearly. Not in front of your family and no video. But if hypothetically this were to happen in a survival situation.
And we just blacked out your body in the video.
Yeah. No one would see your face.
That's fine. Yeah. You can fuck me however you want. In the mouth, in the ass. You can jerk off on my face. Whatever.
I missed a golden opportunity here.
You should have let him die.
Dead.
It was 5 days. It was party time.
Woody, you were about 36 hours from the best time of your life.
Oh, God damn it.
No, hold on a second. What happens if you sodomize a dead body in North Carolina?
Ooh.
Nothing. You're good to go.
So what? So
sodomize. I didn't really
Sodomize,
catch that.
Yeah, what if you fucking
I'm
dead
sorry.
person?
I didn't process that. Well, I suppose that'd be against the law.
Anti-gay necrophilia.
That's still that crowd
right there. That's yeah.
Apparently, the necrophilia crowd has a lobbyist because they're fine to get away with what they want.
Now, were these just like recently passed, or is this like one of those like on the books in these states are these incredible laws?
On the books, but occasionally I hear about them enforcing this whole sodomy thing. Like I remember, it seems like in Texas within the last 5 years, some guys got arrested for blowing each other in their own house or something like that. Like the cops came for an unrelated reason. Like Jim had Bob's cock in his mouth, and they like whacked him over the head with a nightstick and hauled him in.
It turns out the Supreme Court just threw out that Texas law.
Good.
So now it's
Awesome.
good. But
They just got around to it.
they tried in Louisiana. They wanted to repeal the anti-sodomy law, or not wanted to, I guess, because they voted 66-27 to keep the anti-sodomy law in Louisiana.
Really?
I think
See, this is why I wanted
That's
Heather
where
on the
fun
show.
is.
I wanted to get Heather's Gamertag in here as a fifth guest, fifth person, and I wanted to ask her some really, really dirty questions. I wanted to go Howard Stern on her, and I wanted to ask some very filthy things. I was going to ask her about anal sex because I know she has kind of a tiny bum. I wanted to ask her about
She does.
partners,
She's one of those
maybe
people
some lady partners.
that like can't get fat. Like she's very
no, she can't.
she's thin.
Part of that ass is part robot, for the record.
Yes. I wanted to ask her about a lot of things, and unfortunately, her microphone situation wasn't top tier, but we're going to solve that. And I think next week we should have her on for at least a segment that I like to call
Kyle makes you uncomfortable?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
The irony of the title.
Yeah. Kyle makes you uncomfortable. That should be a new segment. We should just bring in
Get
one
that
person
sound
for
right.
15 minutes. I should ask him a few questions. So let's get real.
All right, so musicians, out there,
Anything-
we need a little jingle out there. We need you to do a jingle that we can store as a soundbite and play whenever we start the Kyle makes
Get the
you
one from PKA. Please, for the love of God, make it stop, and that'll play at the intro.
Yeah, I'm turning the tables. No more making Kyle uncomfortable. It's my time
That's
to
a
shine,
terrible idea.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
I would ask questions like, so, we all know that anything that fits is technically a dildo. Tell us your stories. I mean, come on. I'm sure a banana or a beer bottle has, looked kind of attractive at some point late at night, and you just had to do what you had to do. Tell us more. That's what the segment's going to be like next week. We're going to make that happen.
Pretty fucked
Even
up.
if I have to
Beer
find a
bottles
guest.
look attractive.
Wait, are you going to do it to the guest, or I thought
Yes,
we
to
were
the
still on-
guest. Yeah.
All right.
To Heather. Well, Heather's the first recipient of this, so she better
Okay.
be getting her ducks in a row.
All right. Well, you better tell Syndicate that this is coming to him too. We've got to warn all future guests now.
Yeah, I can't answer that question. I have no experience with beer bottles in that particular manner. Or bananas.
Really?
Lies.
Banana peels, perhaps. Bananas, not so much. All right.
Do we need a new topic?
Yeah. Do you have one or do you want one?
I can do both.
Hmm.
What video game universe would you most want to exist in? This is a full-on transformation. You're leaving Woody Gamertag world. You're going to go live in the land of Skyrim forever. You can take your family, sure, but you're going. And you're not coming back. And you're not going to be Master Chief. Don't be thinking that. You're just going to that universe. You are not the Dragonborn.
You're
You're
just
just
asking questions to the dragon.
If you're lucky, your wife will be a Khajiit, and you'll be a Nord. Those Khajiit are fucking hot.
Is that
The cat
are we still
people.
making Skyrim reference? Okay.
Yeah. Lefty, you got to get into Skyrim. Come on, you love that shit, and you got that PC.
I do. There's that new mod that came out that's on PC Mag. Everybody's raving about it. I should probably get it and check it out. I gotta wait. When Steam throws the Legendary Edition of Skyrim back on sale, I'll pick it up. next time.
I'll say Left 4 Dead just to get my answer out of there.
Left 4
I don't have
Dead.
I don't have any family to bring with me or anything.
Bravo.
It's just me. I'm gonna just fuck shit up. That sounds fun.
You're not
Jesus,
gonna live
can
long.
I steal that? Oh, please. I'm going to flourish.
No. Fallout, and I'm starting my own radio show. There it is.
You remember that line from Sin City when they're talking about Marv, and it's, I think it's Clive Owen's voiceover, and he's like, Marv would have been perfect in some ancient battlefield, putting an axe through someone's head. They'd have thrown girls to him like back then. That's the kind of mindset I have. I would have loved to have been in a universe where it's just me. That's why I love the outlaw Josie Wells. Why I love the good, the bad, and the ugly. I want to be that guy. I want to be the gunman. I want to be the guy out there doing my thing.
You guys suck at this question because you're all
I'm
gonna
the only one that
die in
answered.
no time.
I think Chiz won the fucking question. Tell us your answer.
I get to shoot zombies and just fuck bitches. What's yours with your family?
Leisure Suit Larry and the Land of the Lounge Lizards. This is a game
Oh my
about
God.
a guy in a leisure suit who gets sex all the time at bars.
Yeah, but he does.
Say-
You're going as you.
Did you say lounge lizards or lot lizards?
Lounge.
Okay, there's a big difference for those.
They're higher class lizards right there. You're going to casinos, you're picking up loose women, and you're having sex with them.
But
if
you're
I'm
not
going
Larry.
to exist in a video game
You're
world,
not Larry.
oh, I'm Larry plus plus, man. I'm the next version.
I'm the DLC, motherfucker.
Yeah, do I have game? I am game, bitch. I am a video game, and I will pick up these lounge lizards, and I will go to town, and it will be a way better experience than Chiz trying to get a witch not to kill him.
How's Jackie gonna feel about that?
Jackie's not coming in this world.
No, you gotta bring your family. That's why I picked Left 4 Dead. I'm not bringing family.
You don't have to bring them. I mean, I was just gonna sweeten the
just
deal
shitty.
for Woody, but apparently he's gonna leave him no matter what.
I just think like
He's going to a land of sex and fun.
I'm doing it right. I'm doing it right. I'm winning this question. If anyone here thinks, objectively about which game you want to be in, you've got Chiz's Left 4 Dead, you've got Kyle's who knows what, Red Dead Redemption, and me, Leisure Suit Larry in the Land of the Lounge Lizards.
Ooh, Red Dead Redemption, the zombie version.
Ooh.
It's a terrible pick. You will
Not
instantly
only am I
regret
the outlaw Josie Wells, but I'm shooting the undead.
Yeah,
Alright.
I feel like if you don't have undead in your answer, you're doing it wrong. You gotta. You're gonna get tired of all those blowjobs. It's gonna happen. And you'll be like, I want to kill something. I got no gun. I got nothing to kill.
I'm telling you what, you blow a 7-Eleven's clerk head clean off his shoulders right before he takes a bite out of Jessica Alba's ass, you're getting so much pussy, you won't be able to handle it.
No, dude, I played Left 4 Dead a lot, and I don't recall any,
There's plenty of
slowdowns
videos
in the
with
action.
Zoe.
What's
Plenty
that?
of videos using Zoe.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be, Lefty?
Fallout 3 specifically, and I'm gonna start my own radio show with 3 Dog.
That's a
Me and
great
3
fucking
Dog
answer
gonna do
too.
it. Mhm.
I think we all just kind of owned this one. That went well.
Show up and be like, hey, 3 Dog.
I mean, we all get to kill people. I don't really know what.
Yeah, that's
Gamertag's
interesting,
going to
right?
do.
We all of us but Woody wanted to kill people.
No, I just wanted to entertain the wasteland. That's all.
Oh yeah.
You're eventually gonna have to kill somebody outside your radio station.
I'll get a place in Megaton. It'll be cool.
Dude, the super mutants have attacked that place relentlessly. Let's get real.
What happens if somebody sets the bomb off?
Mm-hmm. No, that's Megaton. You'll just get a little fallout. You'll be cool. These references are going over a lot of our viewers' heads, and they're just like, "What the fuck are they talking about?" Khajiit, pussy. It's like Khajiit. So, what's your topic, Woodrow?
I've got 2. I'll ask you to pick A or B.
B.
What purchase pays for itself over time?
Pays for itself.
Pays for itself.
I know the answer.
I know what you're saying.
Flashlight.
No, no.
No,
Wait.
I know what he's thinking.
I don't know what either of you were thinking. Did Kyle
Electric
say,
car?
Did Kyle say
Humans.
landslide?
No, I
He
said
said flashlight.
Fleshlight.
Flashlight.
Lefty,
Humans.
does yours start with an S? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
I'll just say humans. That's it.
Lefty's like the Negroes.
Oh God! Oh, I just figured it out.
Yeah.
Now who's slow?
Lefty's gonna say slaves. That's why he's dying over here.
I'm like, start with S. Is he talking about solar panels? No, he's not. All right.
Realistically,
Is this a trick question? An electric car, I would say. A Tesla.
Well, you got to pay for that electricity, though.
Yeah.
No, you just plug in.
You
A lot
just
of
plug it
places.
into your house. I mean, you pay for it, but it's a lot less than gas.
I got
They
a
have it
good
at
one.
parking lots where you just plug in for free.
Yeah. In the progressive cities.
You guys are missing. I have a great one. I don't know if I want to. Once I give my answer, I will have won the question. And I'll
Okay,
feel
let's
bad.
hear it then.
Hookers?
Let's hear your
I'm not-
wonderful answer.
Oh,
That you stole from the top comment.
It's not. It's not the top comment. A purchase that pays for itself. Condoms.
Holy shit, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Those things are like, they give them away for free at the health department, but I'm telling you, for those of you out there, you just don't get it. My friend Jeremy, if you can, he's not really my friend anymore, I don't suppose, but Jeremy got his girlfriend knocked up the other day, and this is a guy with no
Wait,
outlook.
He
no,
did?
Yeah, I got this. I'm going through the story now. He gets his girlfriend knocked up. She's pretty good looking. I wouldn't knock her up, but anyway, gets her knocked up, and he's like happy about it. I'm gonna be a daddy. Yep, gonna be a daddy.
Didn't he
and
have a
I'm just
scare
like
2 months ago?
Yes. Yes.
God.
This is a guy who cannot afford a child. Guys, if you're out there, I don't care if you're 22 or 23, if you're not making, if you don't have a full income and the lady you're going to knock up doesn't have a full income too, and by full I mean like 60 grand a year. That's a little bit above the average. You're upper middle class.
I have
would
a
say.
different definition.
Okay,
Can I interrupt?
but regardless. Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I broke your flow. I thought you were
Sure,
gonna.
sure. It's just my story and all. You just go ahead and hop in there, Woody. Tell us how it really is.
If you want to know if you're ready to have kids, sometimes it will seem like you're never quite ready, right? You know, you want to have 60 grand for each of you and 120 combined and all this crazy stuff. If you have a job that offers benefits, then you have your life in order enough to have children if you want them.
I want my children provided for in a way that just wouldn't cut it. I want my kid to have tutors. I want my kid to have, and I'm not going to have any kids, by the way. But if my potential child, my hypothetical child, he's going to have tutors. He's going to have the best of everything. He's going to be the best him he could possibly be, and he's going to be set on that trajectory from the age of 2, maybe from the age of 1. You know, that he's going to be fit. He's going to be intelligent. He's going to be the best him he can be. And I just don't feel like I could do that without quite a bit of money. Now, sure, you can have a little guy that'll be just a little bit like you and you can love him, but he won't have the best life he could possibly have if you don't have that income and those benefits. Because if your kid gets sick and he's got, these days, you know, healthcare is so expensive, you're fucked there too. Regardless, let me finish the Jeremy story though. But yeah, she had a miscarriage, and he was, but don't worry, I'm sure he'll go right back at it.
He's not a quitter.
He's not a quitter. There will be a little Jeremy by Christmas. I got $10 on it. Any takers?
Yes, I'll
I'm
take
more
it
than
since
happy.
that's only 8 months
but yeah,
away.
like Christmas, motherfucker.
Yeah. It's a lot of fucking.
On the way, he'll
If
have
that kid is out by Christmas,
By
that
Christmas.
kid's fucked up. Like that's bad.
Jeremy's sperm are country strong. Okay, they get the job done in 4 to 5 months, no problem.
He's just gonna overcook it just a little bit, turn the heat up just a little bit more than the box says. It's gonna be done a little bit sooner.
Yeah, but I don't get it. Especially for you young guys, wear a fucking condom or learn to pull out. I've never understood why guys have a hard time pulling out. I have never been having sex and been like, I want to pull out, but no! Never have I ever accidentally inseminated someone. Ever. I don't get it. I can pull right out, handle that situation. And that is not an effective way to do it. You know, don't be thinking that it is. But it's better than nothing at all. And I've never had an issue with that. And if you're using, if the lady is like measuring the temperature of her lady parts and she can judge her cycle, know when she's ovulating, that in combination with pulling out is effective.
Birth control helps too.
Birth control. And also Plan B is over the counter now, only, I don't know, $50-$60 maybe?
Yeah, I've employed Plan B before, or as my cousin calls it, Plan A.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing it a lot because it's like a uterus bomb.
He said that he went and he had bought Plan B so many times.
He's on a subscription model with Amazon now.
He had bought so much Plan B that the pharmacist didn't believe he was actually in need of it and thought he was using it for like illicit reasons, like maybe he was poisoning people or like making a drug out of it. They're like, there's no way you're like fucking this many girls that you need this much Plan B. He had to send his girl in for it, and she was, she's ashamed.
Wow, what is that? What do you think that does? Like, she's got to be like a barren wasteland at that point if she's taking that
Your
much.
assumption is it's all the same girl. I don't know if that's the case.
Like 3 times with the same girl, I know for sure. Yeah, it was a lot with the same girl. I've only employed Plan B 1 time, and we knew going in. It was like, so I'm not on birth control, and I'm like, well, I don't like wearing condoms. And she was like, well, I could take Plan B the next day. I was like, all right, well, I'll watch you take the pill. If you don't, I'm gonna force you to. Are you agreeable to that? She's like, yeah, shove it down my throat. I'm like, I'm about to.
Oh God,
I think I know
took a
this
moment to
girl.
process
I've
that
heard-
too. You know, if you did that, she wouldn't need Plan B.
Well, that's how we kick the night off. Anyway,
It's a good way to start.
always is. So you have another topic?
When in life are you truly the happiest?
When you have people around you who care about you. When you've got lots of people around you who love you, care about you, and support you. And you're able to support yourself. I'm not going to say money buys happiness, but if you don't have enough to, take care of the basic necessities, then you're still not going to be happy. I'm sure there's lots of kids out there who are 16, 17, and these days I hear, into their 20s and living at home, and they're not happy, and they've got tons of love and everything, but they just don't have any money. You got to have money, and you've got to have a support system around you, I think.
See, so you chose deep into adulthood.
So what would your answer be?
I don't know.
Deep into adulthood? Because that would be mine. Because if you don't have money, you can't go out and do shit, or you can't buy things if you're an introvert. So that really sucks. And if you have money and no people, you've got nothing to share, or you have no one to share things with. So it kind of sucks. If you have both, that's really all you need. At least I'm answering for a 21-year-old, but I don't. Even when I was young, if you couldn't drive or you didn't have money to go out with your friends, it kind of sucked, Yeah. So I don't know what your answer is going to be.
I don't know. So I'm really happy right now. For me personally, this might be it.
Yeah, but you're a millionaire with a loving family.
It's a good gig if you can get it. I highly recommend it. But, I was once 8 years old and popular in 3rd grade, and I had a girlfriend, and things were, I also have stresses. I talked to my wife, and I was like, if I retired right now, we could live on like 50 grand a year for the rest of my life. And she's like, yeah, that's adorable. Get back to work. So, yeah, I think a lot of people would have picked childhood. And I don't know. I don't think it's my mic making noise. I hear it too. I don't know. So no one picked childhood. No one said the happiest time of their life was in college or in high school.
Well, was it the happiest time of your life, or when is it in life that you are happy?
When in happiest life were you truly the happiest?
Oh, were you truly the happiest?
That's what it says.
Okay, so I've been trying to answer a different question in my head this whole time. I got to go back to the drawing board.
Maybe if you narrowed it down to a moment, like a day or a time.
I remember when I was a kid, I had some good friends I'd play with after school, and we could identify a honeysuckle. Do you guys know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a plant, like a bush. It gets like 12 feet tall, and it has a flower in it. And if you pull the center of the flower out carefully, it'll be coated with like a nectar kind of sugar, and then you can eat, like, not eat it. You sort of suck the sugar off of the middle of the flower. And I look back on that pretty fondly.
Mine was probably, now that I think about it, narrowing it down to a day or a few hours. When I must have been 11 or 12. I was part of travel baseball, not Little League. Little League is a trademarked corporation. This was travel baseball, so that you didn't have to pay Little League Baseball Inc. or whatever it is. And we got to play, or we were playing. Our home field was like a little mini stadium. It wasn't anything. It had bleachers on either base path, and the whole field was fenced in. There was an announcer's booth, but kid sized, right, for whatever that size of a field. And we were playing on that, and it was the perfect moment because I was really big into baseball, and I had gotten up really early. We had like an 11 o'clock start, I think. And my dad was a coach, and we got there at like 8:30 probably, and it was me and my good friend at the time, and we got to pretend, we did this every week, but I was really in the moment at the time, pretending like I was a major league ball player, playing long toss on the outfield foul line, and jogging in the outfield to warm up. And I really felt like I was really in the moment of pretending to be a big leaguer, and I had nothing to do that day except to pretend to or play baseball and have a lot of fun doing it. It was a really fun moment and a really good day.
I had a three-way one time. It was just awesome. And
we have a winner.
No, when I was, I'm going to say, let's see, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. I was just about to go into high school, so I was somewhere between 8th and 9th grade.
You had a three-way with real-life girls headed
No. No, that was a joke.
Oh.
Well, no, I did have that three-way. but
not headed into 9th grade.
No. But that was like 3 years ago. Of the particular three-way I'm thinking of. But
okay.
Anyway, a happy moment I thought of when I was like somewhere between 8th and 9th grade that summer. There was this bully who had picked on me all through middle school and caused all these problems for me. And I saw him at the football field. He tried to bully me again. I punched him in the nose. We rolled around on the ground. I maybe got another punch or two in. All my friends were there. His older brothers were there watching him get his ass kicked. And then my dad runs up, and the fight gets broken apart. And my dad knew all about this kid fucking with me. And my dad was like super proud of me. He's like, "Yeah, you got him, Kyle. You got that little son of a bitch. Yeah, look at him now, you little pussy." And this is like an 8th grade, 9th grade kid. My dad's just saying all this stuff. And so that was a really happy moment. I kicked the bully's ass in front of everybody, that mattered in the world to me. And
I did that once. That
moment.
bitch didn't know it was coming to her.
You got her good, man. And her boyfriend cut me some slack too, so it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I was looking at Ocean City High School's greatest wrestlers of all time, and her boyfriend was on the list. He would have kicked my ass any way he chose to. Thankfully, he didn't.
But like we determined earlier, the wrestling guys don't do that type of thing.
Typically not, yeah. Which, maybe I'm wrong about the Krav Maga thing. Maybe.
But you see, the thing is, though, that wrestling, whatever, is it Greco or it's got to be Greco, right?
Greco.
Yeah.
Greco-Roman wrestling.
Greco-Roman wrestling, it's not really violent, is it? It's not about hurting people.
I'm not an expert in Greco-Roman. I think that's mostly upper body throws. It's almost judo-like. And I think you get extra points for the more flamboyant throws. But basically, it's takedowns. I mean, you say wrestling's not violent and such, but once you get top position like that, you can do a lot of things to a lot of people. And that's what wrestlers do. They get top position.
Right, and you try to pin them or put them in holds and whatnot, but it's not like you're not being taught to hit people. It's not you're not being it's not blunt force. Right, it's not striking.
The thing where I disagree with you is you are being taught to move in position to hit people, right? Like,
I've never had striking training. So were you? Is that what the training's all about?
Well, I didn't have wrestling, but I mean, like, the positions that it takes to pin someone, you could drop elbows from there well.
It's step A to punching somebody's lights
If I can get you on your back and I'm in like side mount, or I could easily transition to full mount from there, I'm in a really good spot. And wrestlers, above all others, are great at getting that top position. And while they're not excellent strikers, I'll ask you, Lefty. Let's say that we start off a fight. You're sitting on my belly. I'm laying on my back, and elbows are legal. What are your odds? I like your odds. That really sucks. So.
He's a paraplegic, though. So.
Oh, yes, I got it.
No, but you got the weight of the chair on you at that point. So that's actually 150 pounds or so.
He's pressing the forward button. The wheels are spinning on your thighs.
Yeah, right. But yeah. I mean, my top priority would be to get out of that position. But that's hypothetical. The thing is, if you're an expert in getting some other guy on his back, then you're in a great position to do damage. So that's my take on it. Do we need a new topic?
Sure.
This one's interesting to me. What's something you're excited about buying?
I just did mine today.
What'd you buy?
Rebel T5i.
Oh, wow.
What's new about the T5? Do you know?
I read a bunch of reviews. I was originally going to go with the Nikon, and then I realized that Nikon video, the bitrate isn't even close to Canon's. It's actually half of bitrate. And I'm like, well, megapixels are bitrate. Well, I'm doing video, so I want bitrate. But I read a bunch of reviews, and the T5i is pretty much essentially the T4. But the Amazon, the T5 was like $50 cheaper. So I was like, okay, well, T5 it is, I guess. I wasn't trying to oh, well, T5 is gonna be better than T4. They are, by many of the reviews that I read, like almost exactly the same. And a lot of people were kind of unhappy with Canon about, they're just like, oh, well, this is the same thing as the T4.
Like Call of Duty every year. Yeah,
but you see, I'm glad you said it's like Call of Duty every year, right? Everyone's like, dude, it's exactly the same. Nothing's changed since COD 4, but it has. Right? They've upgraded a lot of stuff. I think if you played the World of War hit detection, you'd be like, really? At the lead targets? That's funny. What else was I going to say? The Pick 10 system had a major impact on the way the game was played. COD has actually evolved. They say it's the same thing every year because it has the same feel, but I would argue that it changes. With the Canon, the Rebel series that Lefty bought, I've been hearing that the thing hasn't changed since the T2i. Right? From the T2i to the T3i, it has that flip-out screen. And I think the flip-out screen is awesome for someone like us who tends to film ourselves because you can see yourself on camera. All of a sudden you flip the thing out, you point it to you, and all of a sudden you know how you're framed, if you're on camera, if you're cutting off your immaculate hair, etc. Then the T4i came along, and they said, oh, the thing hasn't changed at all. It's the exact same freaking thing. But it has autofocus now. So, all the cameras, of course, have autofocus and stills mode, but here you can have like your girlfriend who might be completely untrained do your head and then do what you're pointing at and then, back to your face again, and it'll sit there and focus for you. And that to me is a pretty big feature. Pros hate it because pros have like people dedicated to pulling focus and getting it right. But amateurs like us, like, I don't know, like we get paid, but whatever. People who aren't trained camera operators like we have, my daughter holds the camera. I wish I had autofocus. That sounds great. And the T5i, no idea. I don't know what's new about it. I was not sure. I could look it up.
Yeah, the reviews. There was one review I believe from Gizmodo that was like, this is pretty much the same thing. And they even said, look at it. Like, look at these are the spec pages pulled right from Canon's website, and they're the exact same thing. So it's not really that big of a deal. Thank you to all the people that on Twitter were nice enough to be the actual people with camera knowledge that were like, when I was like, oh, I'm gonna get the Nikon D5200, and they were like, well, you should, Nikon video isn't really up to Canon's par, and I did some more research, and that is indeed the case. Thank you all very much for keeping me from making a purchase that I would probably be unhappy with. And it was cheaper.
Yeah, I would have directed you the same way. I'm not great at video work like Devin Supertramp or anything like that, but I am like an interested hobbyist, I guess you'd say. And Yeah, Canon is typically still known as being better at video, and I'm surprised no one mentioned to you, but the Nikon video comes out and it makes flesh tones a little green, and I don't like that. I mean, of course you can color correct it, but I'm trying to look handsome on camera. I don't need my camera working against me.
Am handsome on camera. That's just how I roll.
Roll.
Ah, well played. I am handsome. That's just how I roll.
That was totally unintended. I'll take credit for it, but didn't mean to make that joke. Damn it.
Yep. My purchase is a car. Pretty basic.
A car. What do you want?
Yep. Another Mustang, probably around 2002. It's in my price range, and that's what I had before, so I like it. That or a 60. Looking at 66, but it's hard to find a decent one that doesn't need a lot of body work on it.
What year did the body change to like the new retro?
2005.
2005.
But that's not the. And what'd you say? 2002?
Yeah.
So you don't like the new ones, or?
I do, but it's just an extra $3,000 on top of it, and they're not that crazy difference. I still like the 2002 bodies; they're not bad, especially if you like smoke out the headlights and taillights like I did on my previous one. They still look nice.
Gotcha.
But yeah, 2005, and then they changed in like 11.
We're going to go with the 5.0? You want 5.0 or what?
I don't think there is a 2002 with a 5.0.
Rolling with my 5.0.
4.6.
The windows down.
Yeah, 4.6.
My hair can blow. Sorry.
I thought
Are you
Mustang was
practicing for your rhyme game?
I'm a Vanilla Ice fan, you know. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's got the little ding, 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 ding. That's all. It's just not the same.
I know the difference. I was actually thinking about this earlier today. I want to get back to Kyle on the what he wants to buy thing. But here's the deal. Under pressure goes like this. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. It's the same thing all the way through. Ice Ice Baby goes dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. There's an extra beat every other time. It's different.
Under pressure's better.
No, Ice Baby.
No, Vanilla. Yeah, Vanilla killed it.
Yeah. That maybe one-hit wonders are usually really fucking catchy and great, and it's true with that song. That's a great song. I remember a summer where that was just on repeat, just all day.
That
every
song
day.
went big right around the time I got my driver's license, and everybody was just like leaving high school, bumping Vanilla Ice.
Mine was California Girls by Katy Perry when everyone had their car in high school. So they had the windows down doing that.
Some things never change. Some things get worse. Same Vanilla Ice. Kyle, what do you want to buy?
I don't know. I've got a lot of stuff, man. I've got I've got so much stuff that there's like 2 rooms here that are just full of extra stuff. Like, there's so much stuff that I don't need or use. I've got several vehicles, and I've got ATVs, and I've got toys and guns and TVs and computers and clothes and watches and hats and you name it. I've got just about everything. I guess the answer would have to be like a better version of one of the things I have, or like the nicest version of one of the things I have. Like maybe a bigger TV. I've already got a pretty big fucking TV.
Your TV is like 80 inches.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, I really wish it were 88 inches.
It's so
I can't
big
quite
that I
enjoy
can't
Trailer Park
it.
Boys on an 80-inch TV. Is it 76? Is that what it really is? 77?
It's 72.
Oh,
but,
well, now I see. Yeah.
Yeah, but they got those 90+ inch TVs out now. That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, I got 4K too. So maybe like a crazy TV, maybe a crazy like TV. Theater would be awesome, right? If you had like a really nice HD projector, maybe 3 or 4 movie seats or something, that'd be cool. I don't know what I want to buy. I don't see many things that I'm like, oh, I'd like to buy that. I don't. I've usually got it. To be honest, I've got a lot of stuff. Stuff doesn't necessarily make you happy, though, for those of you who are envious of that. It makes me happy, though.
I've got a lot of them.
Special kind of guy.
Yeah, no, Kyle's right. Stuff doesn't make you happy. I assure you that. And this is a tough question for me too. Like, what little things do I want to? There aren't really little things that I want to buy. You know, like I'd like new monitors. I have a triple monitor set up in front of me, and none of them match. I might do something about that. I've been looking at 4K monitors, but I don't think I can drive 3 4K monitors. I don't think that it exists out there. Maybe if I got 3 Titans and didn't SLI them.
Titan Z's can do it.
A triple 4K setup? A Titan Z can do that? I don't think so, dude.
I believe no.
What port would you plug it into?
No. I think it was try Titan Z's or something like that.
Really?
I remember there was somebody did 4K 3 monitor setup.
And he had $9,000 in graphics card driving.
That's just a $9,000 computer right there.
No.
Make it no. That's a nine. That's just the graphics card.
Yeah, we haven't bought the $4,000 in monitors yet, at least.
Or the rest of the computer.
Yeah. All right. So, new monitors come to mind. I've been looking at everything constantly, and I think a triple 1440p setup might be a good way to go. iPhone 6. That's something that I'm looking hard at. It's not out yet, but
I'm leaning more towards the S5.
Interesting.
Really?
I know we've had that discussion a few times. I've destroyed 3 or 4 phones in the last year. I went from an iPhone 4S to a Galaxy S2 to a Galaxy S4 to another S4 to another S4. So that's 5 phones I've been through in a year and a half. I destroy them. They break. I drop them. They crack. I got in the hot tub with one in my pocket. I'm always ruining phones. So the idea of the S5, which I've seen people boil for 15 minutes, all it does is overheat. You take it out, let it cool down, and it's good again. You boil your phone for 15 minutes, and it's still good. That to me is
that
attractive.
Situation happens a lot for you in your day-to-day.
Well, I got in the hot tub with it.
You're making pasta, and you're like, oh, fuck.
He broke his phone in a hot tub.
Yeah,
Valid.
I got in the hot tub with a phone. That's pretty similar. And I think that the S5, I would have felt it in my pocket, and instead of freaking out, I'd have been like, you guys want to see something cool? Been in there the whole time.
See, I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I've been carrying smartphones since the 90s. I had smartphones since before they had phones built into it. I had a Palm Pilot. People won't even know what that is, but I had a Palm Pilot before they were owned by 3Com, back when it was US Robotics. I am old school on carrying electronics about this size in my pocket, and in the last, how long has it been? It's literally been 20 years. I've never broken one. Not even disassembled. I've never broken the glass on the cover. I've never ever broken a phone ever. And so that's not a major concern for me. I just want one that's cool, that has a really good camera, that has good audio, that it matches. I have little issues with the Samsung, and there's 3 different interfaces on it now. None of the icons match. All the levels are weird. We were looking at this the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my thought on it's just the iPhone ecosystem is so controlled that everything looks right, matches.
Should we give away the knife?
Could.
Ooh.
It's in my truck. I'd have to run and get it. Do you guys want to entertain while I do?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think we can handle that.
All right, I'll be right back.
So Woody is going to get his SOG Force knife that I handed him on the survival trip. That is for one of you lucky viewers out there. Now, we've discussed this a little bit. We've talked about how do we give this thing away. First of all, I think you got to be 18 years or older for us to send you a fucking commando knife. Sorry, but that's the law. You could get your parents involved, though, and that'd make the situation pretty easy. I think a decent way to do this would be for you to simply use a link. I think we'll get Woody to put a click to tweet link and put that in the description down below, and it'll say click to tweet. And if you click that, it'll lead you to your Twitter, and then you just tweet the thing out. And then if he goes to clicktotweet.com, he should have a record of everyone who did it, and then we could randomly select one of those guys. It's a pretty expensive knife. I think it's over $100, maybe $120, $150. SOG hooked us up with a lot of cool stuff for their survival trip. I guess you could say they sort of partly sponsored the trip. I had a lot of their gear, the hatchet, the saws, the knives, the whole bit.
What about U.S. residents, though? U.S. residents only? Like, I don't know about...
So,
Can you send combat knives through?
Yeah, I think, like, to some countries, I don't think I can send it to the UK. Like, those guys have this weird knife laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we better just do this for you U.S. guys. And if you're in the UK and you get randomly selected, we'll give you a prize of equal or lesser value that's safe enough for your bitch country.
a hug. There you go. Back the fucking teddy bear to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've also got a link here to something that Chiz got for me like at 4 a.m. last night or something like that. I was just about to go to bed, and it's a website where you can hire a clown.
Yeah. Just
For an event.
I like where this is headed.
Oh.
Yeah. So Woody. So I'll quickly lay it out. I told him about the knife. Told him we're gonna give it away, and I think the way to do it, and I'll show you how to do it in case you're not aware. But clicktotweet.com sets up would make a little link you could put in your description, and they click that. It leads them to their Twitter. And then they just tweet the link out, and then if you go back to clicktotweet.com, you'd have a list of everyone who did it, and you could pick within that list, and we could randomly give one of those people a thing. And I said if they're in an area where we can't send them the knife, I'll figure out a way to get them something of equal or lesser value.
Okay. What do they... Oh, we'll just set up the click to tweet later?
Yeah. There'll be a link in the description. It'll say click to tweet. We'll go through that after the show. And just click that link. It's going to lead you to your Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter, make one, motherfucker. And you just got to click. It's 2 clicks. Click to tweet, then click tweet. It's going to send out whatever it is. It's probably going to say something like, SOG giveaway, Painkiller already, episode 176, hoo-ah.
This is I'm sorry?
I think it's a SOG Force.
That's what I was going to say, too. This is a SOG Force. Kitty thought it was a different knife. We had argument's not the right word because we weren't angry or anything, but I was like, I have the knife. And she's like, I have it. And I'm like, no, Kyle gave it to me. I'm sure of it. It's in my truck. And she's like, I'm looking right at it. It's next to me on the desk. And I'm like, something's messed up here because I'm certain that I have it. What is the other knife, Kyle? Do you know?
I wasn't aware there was another knife. I've got I've got some knives. I've got a lot of knives that SOG sent me. I think I'm doing some other stuff with some of these other knives. But the knife that you have is the knife we're giving away on the show.
Oh, shucks. My camera's... It mirrors for you guys without me meaning to do this. There.
No, I didn't. Oh.
See, now I'm mirrored to the people I'm on the call with, but to the people watching the show, this is right. So it's SOG. You can see this thing is brand new in box. I'm not really an expert on brand new knives, but it looks like this has some sort of rubber on the tip. Like,
Woody, will you cut yourself with that knife?
Yeah,
to increase the value.
They'll clone me like Jurassic Park, and I'll have more dinosaur brethren around. But yeah, I think this thing kind of proves that it's a new knife. It doesn't look like I can take it off and put it back on, and it is a SOG Force, SOG Force.
Yes.
I don't know if I can get it to focus.
Legit looking knife right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you could saw someone's head off.
Can you cut yourself
if
just to verify it's a real knife, though, please? I mean, for the sake of the viewers.
I'd like to see some blood.
I have I have envelopes here with checks on them that I haven't deposited yet. But
story of your life.
It did pretty well until I hit the plastic.
Oh, like butter. Like butter, it cut through that paper.
It did. Then it is like reinforced.
Shave your arm. Oh, so here's how you, lick your forearm. Lick your forearm.
Well, I don't see why I wouldn't do this.
Oh yeah, it's a good boy.
Don't make out with it.
Yeah. Are you sucking? What are you sucking? He said lick, not suck.
Do I judge you?
That's gonna be good. On the camera.
I'm doing my best. I'm sorry. This is an awkward position.
If you get some skin, it's okay.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that's not a problem.
Yeah.
So now I have a bald spot right there.
Wow.
Yeah, shaved himself with the blade. That is a sharp knife.
You know
Only a
what? I
Sog.
think it should come with my hair.
Keep the hair on it. Yes.
Leave the hair on. You will get a sample of Woody's Gamertag's hair when you get your knife.
A little bit of DNA with every giveaway.
And if you don't win, go to Sog.com, check out their shit. They've got a lot of cool knives.
They won't have his hair on the knives though.
All right. So
Yeah,
Not all
actually,
of
in all seriousness, I used the a different SOG knife, the SEAL Team Elite, but it's in the same class, and I was really happy with it all trip long.
yeah,
So
I
it
like their
did it.
knives. I had that Aura knife, I think, the fishing knife, and I had the Sog Elite, and had their entrenching tool and their camp hatchet.
It was so sharp. Well, one, I worried about cutting. I got hair in my mouth. I worried about cutting myself, but then I started to realize, and I'm like exhausted and stuff, to put the knife away, we would just drop it into a tree and it would like stab it and stick right where it was because it just poked it, and it was weighted nicely and sharpened nicely, so I was happy with it.
Yeah. So can we call and get ourselves a clown?
Yeah. So, do you need any setup from me or just dial the phone?
You could just dial the phone.
All right. So I'm going to turn off the thing because sometimes, like, my address book pops up. So if you guys see it go black, that was intentional.
I have no idea what I'm going to say.
What are we gonna get? Should we get a
what's the
get a
event?
clown for somebody?
Should we get a clown for somebody?
Yeah, maybe somebody's feeling a little bit sad, a little blue.
Oh, gosh. I know where you're headed with this.
That clown would die, so I don't know if we want to lost it.
He does have a gun called the Clown Hammer.
Well, you gotta warn them when you're getting it. Like, there's something that they lovingly referred to as the clown hammer.
Make sure
May or
you
may
have
not be
the
a
balloon
firearm.
animals already made before you walk towards the door.
Bring
Do you-
plenty of sparks.
Do you need more time to think about what you're going to say?
I'll just make it up as I go.
Thanks for calling Gigmasters, the web's #1 event booking service. Our office is currently closed.
Well,
We're available
fuck
to
you.
assist you Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Please choose one of the
Well, it is pretty late Eastern.
as soon as possible. If you know the extension.
How
Well-
disappointing. Well, we clearly need a West Coast clown
West Coast
dealership.
clown dealer.
Yeah, next week, folks,
Wholesale.
we will order a clown. I promise you. Now, we have to come up with some other prank call. We got him on the hook now. Everybody was like, yeah, prank calls.
Perhaps you're not familiar with the Los Angeles Clown Company.
Oh. I am not. You mean Machinima?
No, I meant
Wow.
the Los
That's
Angeles
fire.
Clown Company.com. It's a real
fire.
thing.
Here's one for Portland.
Oh, that was supposed to be the rim shot. That's the wrong one.
I was like, is this clown webpage playing music? All right. So let me black it out again so I don't accidentally
bounce
show
houses.
phone numbers I don't intend to.
Can we legitimately get a bounce house though from this place? I mean, bounce house, fine.
Taking cues from Walmart, I guess, on answering.
Thank you for calling Guilford Adams and Los Angeles Clown. I'm not available to take your call right now. Please leave your name and your number, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Okay? Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Hey, I was calling about the whole clown thing. I'm wondering, do you guys... So here's the deal. I've got a friend who's in need of cheering up a little bit. But the thing is, he's fucking terrified of clowns. So I'd like a scary clown. I would like a scary clown to sort of... And this has to be kind of an after-hours thing. We want a scary clown, go to his house at night. He kind of lives in a secluded area, but I think it'll be all be fine. We want you to knock on the door, give him a good scare, and run for it. He is armed. As a matter of fact, now that I think about it, he has a shotgun that he refers to as the Clown Hammer. But if you have someone that you think might be available for something like that, if you give me a call back, it's 404-621-3232.
Hate
I
to be that
apologize
person.
to whoever's number that is.
All right then.
That's a shame. And we can't get any clown people on the phone.
I got another one lined up. There's another. Send in the clowns, L.A. You want to try them?
Yeah.
All right. I wish these clown people had better.
You'd think
hours.
they'd work late, you know?
Yeah, there's not really. You'd think they'd be on the phones whenever there's like a phone call. Like, oh shit, somebody wants a clown. All right, finally. Oh man.
Who's ordering clowns this time of night?
The right kind of people.
I'm lost. This isn't the one I just called, is it?
No,
It isn't? Okay.
I'm not getting a ringtone.
Clown?
Hi, I was calling about a clown.
When is your party?
Well, it's not exactly a party. It's more of a gathering that we're having in about a week from today. It's a bunch of old friends from high school. We're all getting together, and we thought we'd like some entertainment for the evening.
Sorry, we're not that sort of service.
What sort of service?
Well, we only do children's birthday parties.
Oh, what's the difference? I don't understand. What a cunt!
Oh, man.
Wow.
You know, I've experienced a lot of ageism in my day, and this is bullshit.
That's ridiculous.
Poor people skills. Just hang up.
Sure. She just hung
Got
up.
ice cream coming.
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't we all have ice cream coming? Isn't that a thing?
Talk about limiting your I'm gonna get in the clown business, but I'm only servicing child's birthday parties with these clowns. So, like, open up. How are
Should
they
we
making
call
money?
back?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, let me make sure I've got the phone number. I do?
Two ways to go about this. I could try to sweet talk, or I could just come unglued.
The choice is yours, Kyle.
Isn't it always?
Hi, this is Lisa from Send in the Clowns. Please visit us at sendintheclownsla.com or email us for quicker response to info@sendintheclownsla.com. You can leave a voicemail message with your phone number, and please remember to leave your email address, and we'll get back to you as quickly as possible.
Listen, lady, I don't know what your fucking problem is, but we're the Rape Squad Killers, and we're looking for some entertainment, goddammit. I want 3 female clowns over here right now. I want big tits and not much else. That's all I want. What's your problem? A children's party? What kind of sick fuck are you? We're not into that over here. We just want some hot Asian clown pussy. If you can make that happen, then make it happen. But don't jerk me around and don't hang up on us again.
I don't see what her problem was. That seemed fine to me.
Asian big-titted clowns.
Who doesn't like Asian big-titted clowns?
I don't know that you can find a lot of them.
I'm imagining like Harley Quinn from Batman, but Asian. And dirty. Really dirty.
Just a dirty clown.
She would turn your dick into a fucking dog or something.
I'm not into that.
I don't.
That's not.
It's supposed to be pleasurable.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not into tube tying my cock. I don't think.
Yeah, I want you to turn that thing into a work of art.
Make me a bicycle clown. That's what you should do. You should just scream that when she gets down there.
Well, damn it. I'm really upset with how this clown thing went. I was really excited about the idea.
I guarantee if we were to record it earlier, we probably would have gotten some better responses. But it is even late on the West Coast on a Friday.
Mm-hmm. It's a little weird to be ordering a clown late at night. I like how she was like, "We're not that kind of service."
We're recording a little later than normal because our originally scheduled guest didn't come through, and I'll say that the guy is very tall and may or may not say Hodor a lot.
Yes.
May or may not be a bitch.
May or may not be a bitch, and he said he was coming, and he didn't.
hence
I think
being
he
a
got
bitch.
stuck in traffic.
God, it's twice in 1 week for you guys. That's gotta suck.
Right?
I'm not co-signing on any of these jokes. Don't make
Not
the
even references, huh? Wow.
not for me. Like I everyone's
Woody's not
paid-
allowed. They pile on Woody if he says anything that they could construe as, "Oh, Woody, you're a bad friend."
I just don't want to be that. I have not taken any shots, not done anything, and any I don't know.
But
Things
how
you
is it
see.
a shot if it?
Why don't you spell it out for us, Lefty? What were you getting at exactly?
Yeah.
What? Oh, I'm just saying that twice in 1 week, perhaps, the people made promise or led you to believe that things were going to happen, and then they just didn't.
Kind of last
I
minute.
think it's all just one big joke. I don't know what you're talking about. I saw winky faces all over the.
I want to talk about
God,
that.
I love that. That's our next
That was
topic.
fucking awesome.
Can I please? All right, so we have been really trolling the fucking subreddit all week long, and we've been enjoying it. We've been loving it.
I'm so happy. Oh, I take back my when I was most happy in life question. I've been so digging it. I told these guys I would get them again, and they're so on edge to being fooled by anything that now I feel like I got them with the anti-fool. Right? That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's like a meta joke because, we nailed them with the wings dying thing. They bought that hook, line, and sinker. We nailed them with the NVIDIA thing. Hook, line, and sinker. And now I can't tell them I have brown hair without these guys not trusting what I say. So,
yeah, it's been great. We went on there. We made a few posts. We let them know about the whole Wings situation. Wings had let them know on Twitter as well, and they're like, I don't know. Is it real? Is it not real? There's polls, and the polls are like split down the middle. Like no one fucking knows. And so whenever there's a scrap of evidence to suggest that Wings really isn't going to be on the show, I'm down there like putting a fucking winky smiley face, and they're like, oh my god! And just from the winky smiley face, there's literally dozens of posts. Kyle put his winky smiley face. I don't know what to think anymore. They're coming apart. It has been my pleasure to fuck with you fucknards, because I'm gonna tell you, you guys are one entertaining bunch when you don't know what the hell's going on, and we're gonna keep it up. Don't worry, we're gonna mix in some ridiculous bullshit eventually, and we're really gonna get you. We're gonna have you guys involved in something that doesn't even exist. It's coming. But it wasn't this time.
We're going to do something ridiculous that you think is fake, and it will be real. We're going to go all over the place with this thing. I told you, fucknards, that I was going to get you again, and I'm counting this one as a W.
Yeah. Oh, we won this one solidly.
Yeah.
There were so many people on like my original post that were like, so obviously a troll. Not fooling me this time, Kyle.
I want to hear from those people. I want to hear from everybody that said that made a what is it? The post is the like,
no excuses. Play like a champion.
And everybody else is like, this is clearly a joke. So I'm not fooled. You'll never get me. This is very.
You were
clearly.
fooled, and not only were you fooled, you look like a fool getting fooled. Fool.
I took such great pleasure out of this troll. And I feel bad a little because I think there were some victims, and I like trolling when everyone has fun with it. But God, if you're not on the PKA subreddit, you're kind of missing the other half of.
Look, here's all you
PKA.
got. We'll put a link in the description. Can you do that for him, Woody?
I don't even know. I can link to the subreddit. I don't know if I can. Link to subscribe.
Exactly. Just link to the subreddit. Go on there. Make a Reddit account. Making a Reddit account isn't like signing up for some website. You just username, password. You got an account. It's wonderful. You can interact. It's the second half of PKA. Mm-hmm. Half of it's here, half of it's there. Woody and I especially. I know I see Chiz on there. Lefty, I think maybe lurks a little, but doesn't post. But if you want to connect with us, if you want to talk to us, ask us questions, be a real part of this PKA community, PKA subreddit is the place to be.
Wings of Redemption's on there a lot too. And while he's not on PKA anymore, he'll always be a rape squad killer.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Just like Bashir and who
Taylor
else was it? Taylor Sub. Absolutely. Lifelong members of the rape squad killers.
There's no way out of the rape squad killer, actually. I think
only death.
Only
blood
death.
in, blood out.
Blood in, blood out.
But man, we trolled the fuck out of this
The
subreddit.
trolling on the subreddit was so crazy, and I had talked to each of you individually about the subject matter. But reading what they're saying and like, there's a winky face. I'm like, am I being fooled behind closed doors? Even are they on like a massive troll? I'm like, no, that's crazy.
Woody thought he was being trolled.
I brought a
Woody thought
bedroll to the campsite just in case Kyle and Wings were playing a trick on me.
For a minute in private moments this week, I was like, what if this was all a clever ruse to get me to be a badass about stuff? And I'm
Wouldn't
like,
that be terrible?
And I was kind of like,
what?
that's one of the reasons I like. I mean, I love Wings. Wings I will always want to be a friend to him and help him whenever he needs it. But I was like, and that's the main reason. But one of the other reasons that I don't like to talk about was, what if this is a big ass troll and I'm gonna look like the dumbass? Thankfully, holy shit.
Yeah.
For a while, I was like, oh man, because Kyle and Woody are wily. Woody's a little bit older, but he's this is all here.
We are manipulative.
He'll get you.
We're smart enough to know how you guys think, know how you operate, and know what just when to give you a little nudge in the right direction, so that you just veer off course and your whole head is spinning. You don't know what's real, what's fake, and it's not gonna stop. It's not gonna stop. We love fucking with you because you guys just don't know how to handle it. It's great. At one point it was the most active week for the subreddit ever this past week, and it was a lot of fun. At one point there were like 1,500, 1,600 members on at the same time, all reading, communicating back and forth. It's a great community environment over there, and it's not like those goddamn YouTube comments. Look down there, it's full of bullshit. Those negative motherfuckers down there, they got no fucking lives, and they're ignorant about all the facts. I promise you. I like to live my life in such a way that the only way someone can say something negative about me is if they are either ignorant or stupid, and that's what the bad comments on YouTube are all.
Yep. People and to their some of them are easily misled. It bothered me. A video went up today, and I think the title was like "Drama: Woody's Gamertag versus Wings of Redemption." I was like, "There's no verses here. There's no drama. Like, why are you singling me out? You're not seeing me say anything bad." Some people will do anything for a couple of views, and I think it's shady. Yeah, it's shady. It's low, and that's why he's in the spot he's in. But back on the PKA subreddit, it's the other half of Painkiller already. It's where we interact with the guys, and it's fun. It was especially fun these last couple weeks.
Good week.
So I have a question that sort of pertains to the subreddit, so we'll keep it quick, I guess, because I know there's like 15,000 people on there and maybe another 15,000 lurkers, but it's not as big as the entire audience. We need to change that header, huh?
Oh yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. I like the black square.
Not me.
We're
talking about Jordy. You're gonna have to replace Jordy on the header. Not replace him, perhaps, but do something different there.
You could slide it out. I had an idea. You could put the tombstone on it. Right?
Tombstone.
From my overlay, you don't see it, but everyone here is looking at it who's listening to us.
Yep.
Here, I'll show you.
You could take that image that's on there now and make it look more like a statue, maybe? Everybody else remains human-like and colored, but Jordy's image becomes a statue, and it's just
like stone.
Yeah,
like immortalized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's a neat idea. They'll have to do something.
Yeah, we'll talk it over with the mods over there, and whoever it is who makes those wonderful headers. You do a great job. I've read your posts. I've read your posts. I've seen your username. I know who you. I know that you're the one that does them. I just can't think of it offhand. So thank you for all your work.
The headers
and
are
all the
incredible.
mods over there.
When April Fools came along, Hodor took over the subreddit. He was in control. It just said like Hodor all over the text. When we did the survival trip, suddenly we're dressed out in like camo and face paint. And then after my videos went up, they blackfaced Kyle. not racist blackface, but like big black square, like my bad video editing. They do. It's fun. It's fun over there. So big shout out to that.
like that subreddit.
I need to decide if I want to make an account. I don't want to get sucked in. That's the reason
But
I
you
have
already
it.
scope on it and read everything.
I know, but if I do, I'll just type and keep typing until I can't type anymore, and I'll type some more.
What else are you gonna do?
I don't know.
I got a question. Speaking of Captain Longwind, why is it that you like drunk driving?
Oh, wow.
You know me, I love it. I love it. Just big old thing.
Okay, so that was a little loaded, but you often advocate for lighter sentences for drunk driving.
Mm-hmm.
And I disagree with you. I think that the sentences should be comparable to, like, I don't know, firing a gun in the general direction of a crowd.
If I drive my car in the general direction of a crowd and miss them, I've been a reckless driver, and that's a crime. That's already a crime. I mean,
no, I think that crime is reckless driving is a couple of points and no problems, because the general assumption is not like negligence, or maybe it is, but it's like there's a benefit of the doubt kind of thing that happens. Like when you're speeding, you're not. It's not quite the same kind of issue as drunk driving. Right? Drunk driving is a special kind of.
It's an impaired
killer.
driving. It's impaired driving. Is what it is. And that's why it's a danger, right? Because you're impaired and you're piloting a mechanical missile that's 4,000 pounds sometimes, and you're going willy-nilly, and that's dangerous, and it's not right. It's not. I've never advocated that drunk driving or DUI should be legal.
Only that it should be a slap on the wrist penalty.
No, I've never said
Yeah,
that.
I've never heard him say what
I've
the
never said
solution
that.
would
You
be
see-
instead
you
of what the
see?
current one is.
I mean, that's the worst part about it too, is that dare I even question whether the punishments are on par with other impaired driving? Dare I even question it? All of a sudden, it should be a slap on the wrist. Well, did I say no? I didn't say that. What I would say is this: if you wanna be hardcore on drunk driving, fine. Make texting while driving and talking on the phone while driving the exact same punishments for DUI, and
They're not the same.
They are the same.
No, they're not.
How many studies all the time have shown that texting while driving, you're even more impaired, at least impaired, perhaps even more impaired than drunk driving?
Bad studies, and I can tell you why.
Why?
Because if you text when you're driving, you get to choose when you're texting, right? You might text while driving only at red lights. You might text while driving only, and I'm not approving of this, but I'm just saying, you might text when driving only when on empty highways. You know, sure, you could miss someone hitchhiking, you could miss a deer across the road, but when you text and drive, you get to pick and choose your moments of impairedness. When you drink and drive, you are impaired the entire time.
But should it not be a crime for you to choose to be impaired? In fact, I would say that's worse.
It's not worse, because you can pick situations in which it's safer to be impaired.
It's not safe to be. If it's safer to be impaired, then we have to review drunk driving and when it's okay to be drunk driving and drunk driving.
You can't turn drunk on and off the way you can texting.
Well, okay, well then let's talk about what .08 does. .08 for me is a whole lot different than .08 for you. But I'm just as drunk legally
I'm a lightweight.
speaking.
Yeah.
Legally speaking, I'm just as drunk as Woody, but I'm not. I'm just not at all. That's just not the way it works. But so yeah, you can choose. Oh well, I was only texting at the red light. Well, no, fuck you. You were impaired driving. That's a crime. At some point, you have to say, this is how it is, and this is it. And so, if you want to be hardcore about DUI, make other impaired driving, whatever it is, make it on par. The punishment's on par with that. Bring them up, raise the tide, right? But then I want to see people's
because
reaction.
the levels of negligence don't match. If you text at a red light versus drunk the entire time, that's not the same level of impairment.
I'm a 200. No. Okay, then. .08 250 pounds versus .08 150 pounds, who's more impaired? Who's honestly, in a whatever objectionable classification you want, who's probably more impaired?
Well, I'm not a pro, but I think in that case they're an exact match because it's more alcohol that gets you to .08 than the 150. Like .08 is a percentage; it accounts for body mass.
I'm a regular drinker. Then what's .08 to me?
Well, if you're a regular drinker compared to say like a super lightweight like me, then .08 means less to you than me. But I'll counter this. We need a defensible solution to replace that. You can't just point a problem and say, now we should have light sentences, because I think that, the measuring stick, a scientific measuring stick like blood alcohol level, isn't good enough. Like, all right, show me something good enough. Show me something
good
better.
enough to show impairment?
Yeah.
You mean, or are you talking about punishment? Because I can change impairment or I can change punishment.
You're saying that the way that we measure impairment, blood alcohol level, is unsatisfactory. And I'm saying, if that's the case, you got to have a better one in your position.
No,
not just this is not okay. I'm
offering up counters to the point that at some level, because you are saying, I'm making the argument that when you're texting when driving, you're impaired, and that's not cool. And studies have shown that you're just as impaired as when you're drunk. And you're saying, oh, no, it's not that bad because you can choose when to text and drive. You're not always texting on a crowded highway doing 70 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that when you're .08, you're not nearly as impaired as when studies were done or whatever study was done to determine .08 as some level of impairedness. I'm doing the same thing you're doing in terms of... No, how am I not?
No, the arguments aren't a match at all. I say, look, you can pick and choose when you're impaired to be only safer situations with texting. You're saying, the level of impairment is hard to measure without a solution.
So what are we arguing then? You're saying you could pick...
No, I'm arguing that texting and driving or talking on a cell phone when driving... I talk on a cell phone when I drive sometimes. It's legal in North Carolina. And when I come to an intersection, I tell my wife to hold on and I put down the phone because it's trickier. And it needs my full attention. That is why talking on the phone and driving is not the same as drinking and driving. Because I can't temporarily be sober in a tricky spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can, Woody.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
That is how the drunk tricks himself into thinking
that is how the person who's putting other people at risk because they're talking on their phone to their wife puts everybody else at risk.
I don't think talking on the phone really bad?
Yeah.
In Lefty's world, it matches drunk driving.
When you are committing the act, when I am in the act of drunk driving, and when you are in the act of texting while driving or talking while driving, we are at least at the same level of impairment.
No way.
No way. And plus, and I swear this is really how I do it. You could ask my wife. I will put the phone down if, I'm about to make a left. Lefts are tricky. You got to cross traffic. You got to pay attention. Put the phone down. Drive with two hands and one mind, and then pick it up in a minute.
Two hands and one mind, I like that. Never heard that before.
I made it up on the spot. But if I'm drunk, I can't do that. I can't turn off drunkenness and be sober while I handle this intersection.
Mm-hmm. But so then what about the lead up when you were talking to your wife?
That was a safer situation.
You weren't impaired at all?
The point is, impaired, I would say that. I would argue that everyone, whether they admit it or not, doesn't drive as well while they talk on the phone.
Distracted.
Let's assume I'm drunk driving. Leading up to the intersection, you and I are just as impaired. Studies have shown that.
I don't say so because somebody on a cell phone isn't going between the lines. Somebody impaired via alcohol is probably going to be doing that.
Going to be doing that?
I've never been on my cell phone and gone into another lane on accident.
Oh, well, then we should change all the laws just to fit your single...
No, I just don't think anyone does that.
Yeah,
nobody does.
Lefty has wanted enough time to really flesh out his position for a while, so I forgive anyone if they think that this should change. But, Lefty, I still don't think you're accounting for my thing, which is you can be unimpaired the moment the situation calls for it. If you're talking on the phone.
Sleepiness is closer to drunk driving than using a cell phone.
So then using that logic, then nobody should ever be in trouble. An accident has never ever been caused by texting or talking on the phone while driving because at that point, people can choose to put the phone down or stop texting and avoid the dangerous situation.
No, I'm
So,
saying that
your
there should be especially harsh punishments for things like drunk driving because they are different than talking on the phone or changing the radio station in that when you're drunk driving, you can't pick when you're drunk. But I can tell you, like, I have a complicated radio in my truck. It has like Pandora phone integration and such. And I don't search for channels in tricky spots. You wait till it's open.
I'm going to tell you what. I have never drank and drive, and I've definitely never had enough that it was, impairing me. Like maybe I had like a couple of drinks and then like 3 hours passed and then I drove, but never to the point where I would be anywhere near 0.08 or whatever the legal limit is. But I will get on my phone and do some real dangerous shit while I'm rolling down the road. I just do. I don't think it's as bad. I've never had an accident once. I maintain my lane. My eyes are on the road. I just don't feel like my phone impairs me nearly as much as being drunk is. And I've been drunk, and I have a hard time hitting the toilet with my vomit. So, but I've written emails while driving down the road and haven't even come close to a scary moment. I just don't think they're the
every
same.
time I see one of these studies, they're like, all right, we're putting you on a closed course. And there's cones like weaving them in and out of traffic parking lots, right? But now all of a sudden it's a curvy road. And they have like deer, fake deer, paper deer, zipping across it. And they're like, we want you to text and navigate this thing at the same time. And my answer to that would be, how about I navigate it, and then when I get to the end, I'll shoot a text out.
Because if you ever got to a point where you had to make zigzags and there's like deer crossing areas, you'd be like, "Holy shit! What am I in the Twilight Zone? Let me put my iPhone away and get my helmet on."
Yeah, but I mean, in real life, that's what I would do. Now I'm in a special spot because my car can read texts to me, but if I didn't have that, just put the phone down, deal with the crazy paper deer jumping at me, and then when I'm in a better spot, read that text. And that's how real people do it. No, I mean, some people are silly, of course, but when you're texting, when you're on the phone, you can pick it. And texting and driving is especially bad. Everyone knows how distracting that is. When you're changing the radio station, you can pick a spot where, it's a little clear. Where if you take your eyes off the road for a second and a half, you're unlikely to hit something. But when you're drunk, you're going to be in that terrible state in the worst times as well as the easy times.
All the times.
The worst times but hold on. The worst times are only the worst times because an accident has happened.
No. I'll give you an example. Of a friend left a place that I was at drunk, and he was going to try to drive home. Told him not to. Couldn't persuade him. Wasn't going to get into a fight with him over it because he probably kicked my ass, big guy. And so he takes off in his car. He comes back 7 or 8 minutes later. He's like, I was way too drunk to leave. He's like, I tried to make that right to head home, off the highway. I just ran in the ditch. I'm like, that would never happen if you're texting and driving. You'd never be texting and driving and miss a turn and just drive into a ditch.
Well,
nobody's ever done
radio,
that?
Maybe.
That would never happen, huh?
Radio, maybe.
No, that would never happen to me, to a normal driver. And maybe a woman.
So then I guess we're back to square one.
Maybe Jackie. Now I'll say this. If Jackie is behind the wheel, I don't want her to even have a phone in the car. Like everything.
Baby.
Buckle the fuck up. You better have a Hans device. You want to be in there good.
You want a 5-part harness?
You want to be like in Demolition Man. You want the whole, like Sandra Bullock's car. You want the whole car to fill with like foam.
Helmet, neck brace.
Yeah.
The thing that Dale didn't have.
The thing that Dale didn't
The
have.
Hans device, right? You mentioned that.
That was sad.
Yeah, but
I don't know why it's being compared to cell phones anyway. If anything, it's closer to being sleep deprived and super sleepy because that goes off.
I'll sign off on that. I like I said, after we left the survival thing, I drove all night. I didn't get home till 6 a.m. And there was one point along the way where I literally dozed off for like a split second, and I came to and I was like, "Fuck, that can't happen again." That can't fucking happen again. That was terrifying. Now, granted, I'm all alone in like 4 lanes of, interstate, whatever, heading south, and it's 3 or 4 in the morning and nobody's around me. But that was just unacceptable. I've had that, and the last time that happened, where I literally dozed off for like a split second, was when I was making a commute back and forth from Atlanta to Northeast Georgia every day, super sleep deprived, and I was just, it was literally like one of those things where you crank AC/DC, drink 3 cappuccinos, smoke 20 fucking cigarettes, and you're singing along to every word, because if you don't sing along, you'll drift off.
I like Dr. Chiz's thing. I do think that being supremely sleep deprived, which I've done before, and I know how dangerous it is, even though it would have hurt me in that situation, I think if the penalties for that matched drinking and driving, then I wouldn't argue against it.
Mm-hmm.
You're making the same sort of conscious decision. I'm sorry, Lefty.
I still think that it's not right, that saying, well, I can choose to not text is just kind of missing the point, because we have to assume that you're infracting. We have to assume that you are an infraction of the law, that you are impaired. So at the moment you are texting is the same moment, regardless of how long you're drunk or how long your trip is, the moment you pick up your phone to text or talk on it, you are impaired. Just as impaired, regardless of time frame, of somebody who's drunk and behind the wheel.
See, my sense of right and wrong isn't bound by the law, right? Fuck the law. They don't know shit, right? I do. My sense of morality comes from me. And, I don't want to hear that I have an infraction or something like that. I know what's right and wrong. And I know that talking on the phone in situations where it's less dangerous is not wrong. And being drunk for the entire drive is.
So talking on the phone is not wrong while driving.
What did I just say?
Well, who determines danger then?
You can let the police determine it if you want to. You can let the court sort it out with judges and people if you want to. If you want to head that route. But it's not the same, because you can put the phone down, and I do whenever something gets tricky. Now, I know that maybe things get tricky and you don't get to predict that. I can see all sorts of holes in there. Just the same, it's definitely not as bad as being drunk.
Plus, I'm a grown fucking man. I can operate my vehicle with like a little bit added stimulus. Like, I've been playing with the radio since I was 16, doing 120 down fucking 85, racing somebody. I can drive. I can handle myself. I know that me personally talking on the phone, I just don't think it makes it more dangerous.
Plus your reaction time. If you see taillights, halt the brakes real quick, and you're on the phone, you can still see that and react and brake or pull into another lane. Your reaction time is...
Wait, no. The studies say no, you can't. No, you don't, and you can't.
Part of being a good driver.
Who are they getting to do these studies? Like 16-year-old girls?
Look up the
I
car
believe my
driver
wife is involved in one of these studies.
The biggest one is car driver. Everybody also points to Mythbuster. You're just impaired and those kind of things. Well, you can do this and you can do that. No, you can't, because you are impaired. That's where the impairment comes from. Reaction time, distance to brake, distance to slow down after seeing a certain thing. Click on. Those are all reduced when you're texting and talking on the phone, just as when you were drunk.
So you literally take the position that talking on the phone and drunk driving should have the same penalties?
No. Again, that's another reason why more time. Because...
No, he thinks that drunk driving should have the same penalty as talking and driving.
No! God damn it, stop!
Drunk driving should come with a cheaper insurance rate.
Oh, just because the fat cows appeal to all your emotions in Washington, D.C. No, stop it. I'm sorry your children are dead, but fucking stop appealing to emotion just to get laws passed that make you feel good post-mortem, okay? Here's the deal. A DUI conviction, fuck, a DUI arrest is a big deal. And I think that if you just had the thought experiment of when you're texting on your phone, you get stopped by a cop, and the cop asks you if they can see your text logs so that they can determine whether you've been texting while they observe you driving, and you say no, and because you say no, your driver's license is suspended automatically without question for 6 months. And were they to determine that you were texting while driving, automatic 12-month suspension, at least in the state of Illinois, and you're locked up, and you've got to hire an attorney or hope the public defender doesn't screw you, and you're going to pay a couple $1,000s in fines or a couple $1,000s to a lawyer, your pick, and maybe you'll get some jail time, 12 years or 12 months suspension on your license, probation, etc. And if you got that for texting on your phone, a whole lot of people might say, well, that's fucking ridiculous. Of course it's ridiculous. That is and you say, keep in mind, this person hasn't hurt anybody. Regardless of risk, regardless of all that, this person is arrested not for hurting anybody, but for being risky, we'll say. And you say, that's the punishment for that? Yes, that's unreasonable. I'm saying it's unreasonable.
What about truck drivers? Can they use their radios while they drive?
I don't know. I don't know about the impairment of all that. I don't know.
You don't think they're
going with no sleep?
I'm sure they're impaired. I'm sure.
What about a passenger speaking to you? How is that not just as distracting as a phone call?
Because you're focused on a conversation. You're not focused on what's going on the road.
Yes, that's impairing. That's impairing, yes. It is impairing. Lots of things are impairing.
All right, so no passenger.
Not to the same degree, I would say. And you're saying they're to the same degree.
Up until just now, you were of the mind that texting while driving and on the phone while driving were not as impairing as drunk driving, and I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. So I don't know about levels of impairment, but what does that have to do with anything? We're talking about our DUI punishment out of
I've been
whack
pretty fucked
with
up
everything
before.
else.
I've been pretty fucked up before, and if I got in a vehicle, I would just total it instantly. Yeah,
I've been
it does matter the level of
pre-crimes
impairment.
here.
I'll black out.
We're in Minority Report now. You're punishing people for pre-crimes. Like, you're gonna fucking kill someone on trial for murder right now. But no, I just think they're unreasonable. You
haven't said what is the, because you first when you were comparing them to cell phones, and then we asked, so you think the punishment should be the same, and you said no. So what is the punishment if you get pulled over for drunk driving, DUI, and you haven't hurt anyone? What is your slap on the wrist?
So, I'm not going to answer that question because you're automatically assuming slap on the wrist, and fuck you for being that disingenuous.
No,
What's your punishment?
Come on.
What's the punishment? Okay, then just ask me that, and so don't ask me.
Lefty.
That's my job.
You're implying it's going to be a slap
we
on the
all
wrist.
want to know, Lefty. What's the
is.
slap on the wrist that you have in mind?
Big one with a big black ruler.
Oh, it had to be a black
why
ruler.
is it black?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No. About why does it have to be black? That was the joke. First of all, no automatic suspension for refusing a search from an officer. No,
oh my gosh.
No.
I like that. What don't you like about that, Woody? Why does he have to submit to a search?
It's a search.
The search that he's talking about is like blowing your blood alcohol level.
Blood alcohol.
Yeah, that's a search. That's a search. It is.
Yeah. So now it's like, well, the police can't prove. I like that because the alternative is like maybe the test, and I feel like is there a name for that drunk driving test?
Breathalyzer?
Sobriety. Breathalyzer test is what Lefty says is a legal
sobriety?
search. I'm talking about the one where they make you walk on a line, do the alphabet backwards without singing or stuttering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, field sobriety.
Okay, field sobriety, thank you. That field sobriety test, to me, is designed to be so hard that police can declare you drunk.
Right.
And I prefer the other one, where you take a breathalyzer or a blood alcohol level test, and that at least gets you a more accurate measurement of how drunk you are, compared to the other one, which is really just designed to say you're drunk.
More people will be falsely arrested if you just give the field sobriety a test.
Who here thinks they can pass it? Has anyone here taken a field sobriety test?
Once in high school, it was like health week or something, and you put on the beer goggles, those things, and they change your perspective really hardcore, and then they gave it to you. I forget how I did.
I've taken a field sobriety test, and this is the situation. I was completely sober. I wasn't driving. I was at a friend's apartment, and my friend was going to the police academy, so he had just learned the test. And he came home and he's like, check it out. I just learned the field sobriety test. This is how you do it. And he would have you walk on a straight line. He would have you say the alphabet backwards, and then you do this thing where so you have to close your eyes, maybe tip your chin up, I forget, put your arms out, and go like this and touch your nose. And he's telling you which arm and stuff. And all of us messed it up. None of us got it right. And one of the things was take your arm and put it back here. And his step was to start putting the cuffs on. It was striking to me that part of the field sobriety test is designed to prepare you for the handcuffs. But that's the truth behind it. Mm-hmm. That field sobriety test is not even, in my mind, designed to see if you're drunk or not. It's designed to let the cop prove you're drunk. And me, like, I can't stress enough how not drunk I was, right? It had been maybe 2 weeks since I had any alcohol. So I failed the test, and he put the cuffs on me.
Did he really put the good? Did he have cuffs?
Yeah, he was in the academy. That
They
was
were, they were role playing. It was a whole thing, dungeon.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, oh, so this went places elsewhere after the cup.
They're getting ready for the prison rape scene.
No, he puts it on, and it hurts. Like that. I mean, to be a big baby about it, but you're like, does it have to be?
No, they hurt.
Yeah, they hurt. And
Did he have the ones that have the chain, or the ones that are basically like hinged together?
They were definitely a chain. They were small
those
chain.
don't. Well, you're a pussy.
Really? Do you think they feel different on your wrist?
It's a completely different situation. Imagine put your left wrist flat against your right wrist with very little separation between. That's what it's like for them, and it cuts into both the front and back of your wrist, especially when they cram you in the back of that car.
So this the handcuffs that he put on me, I guess they click right to every spot, and it was like he clicked it one too many. And I'm like trying to find a thinner part of my wrist, for it to sit in, because it was like it was over clicked or something. It hurt.
Yeah, they hurt.
What sucks are those zip ties when they run out of cuffs, or they just use those. Those zip ties.
Do they hurt?
Well, it's not. I don't think it's that they hurt. It's just
cutting out blood.
They just crank them and they go. And you know how? I mean, everybody's had those, whether it's around cables or whatever. Those things are a bitch to get off.
Yeah, especially the big ones.
There's a secret.
The big ones. There's this. Yeah, there's a. Well, unless the police have them different, you can. There's
a secret to all of them. Any like sharp-ish object, like a pencil, a pen, a paper clip. There's a little latch in there that catches against the grooves that slide through. If you just lift that up, it's a ratchet system.
I just wonder if police issue zip ties are different. I don't know. But we're kind of getting off topic. The reason I like the breathalyzer test, and I get your whole illegal search thing, and I think that's right in a lot of situations. But with the breath test, it's like I'm trying to catch drunks, and I'm trying to find a fair way to determine if they're drunk or not, and I don't have a better one.
Right.
And drunk people are going to continue driving, and more people will be undoubtedly at risk, and that's something you're going to have to be okay with if you read the first 10 rules of our little club we got going on here and are like, yeah, I like those.
And that circles back to my sense of morality doesn't come from the amendments, the 10 amendment, what are they? The Bill of Rights. Thank you. Yeah, my sense of morality doesn't come from the Bill of Rights. Like I feel like if I asked you, do you think we should have gun control? You would say, well, the Second Amendment says that. Whereas if I asked most people, they'd say, here's what I think on this based on my experiences and opinions.
Well, yeah, but you guys have known me long enough that that's not my answer to those kinds of questions. But when we're talking about interactions with the law, we have to talk about not what is moral, but what is legal, given the construct that we have set up here.
I disagree
but is it
entirely.
unreasonable to administer a back test if somebody's swerving all over the road?
Prove your case, arrest them, reckless driving. Slap the cuffs on them, take them there. There you go. If I refuse the test,
reckless driving isn't as bad as drunk driving.
Yeah, but then once you get them, then they have to submit to the search. But when I'm just stopped, and they say blow, and I say no, and then they say automatic 6-month suspension. Now some people are going to be driving as a privilege. Like, come on, try. You can't go to your job if you don't submit to the search that I am going to say that you need. Because
so actually, in that case, where you're talking about giving people tests that you have no what am I looking for? You're not predisposed to do it. You have no proof. They weren't driving recklessly. They were being perfect in every way. And suddenly, you want to do a search on them. That's not good, right? That's a little like, Nazi stuff. Like, show me your papers. Show me your papers. But in the case where you pull them over because you felt like they were a risk, I'm all about the search. I don't have a better way.
See, but then everybody that's pulled over is all of a sudden a risk now. It's the same thing. It will be undoubtedly the same story with the sobriety test. It's just a way, whatever happens, this is what we need to say in order for us to do these things.
It's the best solution I have.
I say be okay with more people dying, and it will be sad. Yes, but adherence more to what we all kind of agree is the thing. Everybody will champion the First Amendment whenever it's being trodden upon, but those other rules kind of apply too, and you do have to sort of protect those. But as far as other punishments go, drunk driving, first offense, 12 months probation. Shit, you want to do 24 months probation? Go for it. Probation. I'll listen to your sob story this time. In this case, I'm the judge, of course. I'll listen to your sob story this time, motherfucker. But if you do it again, within 2 years, we've all decided this is not cool. You do it again, you're in deep shit. And also, get rid of mandatory minimums. Let the judges decide. Let the judges hear the cases and hear the facts of the case and hear the situations of all the people involved, and let them decide. Don't take it out of their hands.
I'm with you on the mandatory minimums, but
the latter don't know what happened though.
But I think that there could be sentencing guidelines, for example, and those should be somewhere around where they are now.
I disagree.
New topic.
If the Painkiller Already crew were to work a job, maybe an office job or something, what would we do?
Sell cars.
Ooh.
Just
we
like
could
Kyle
learn from the assassin.
Yeah, just let Kyle do it all, and he'll just sit in the back and count checks.
Smoke and joke.
Yeah. Send the assassin out. They're not going to... we're the B team in this sense.
I feel like you'd all pick Bounty Hunter.
Really? Because
Would that not be awesome?
Do we all have to do it? We all have to do it together?
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you sure you guys wouldn't want to be sex workers? Because I'd make a great pimp.
Oh my god. Why do
you
get to be the
have been known to backhand a hoe back in your day.
And I know I'd have
a record.
My future would be taken care of. Mm-hmm. I would have benefits, and
you'd have a retirement plan. You'd have health care.
I would have an incentive to be loyal and do good work. If I get to fuck bitches all day. Wait, I'm assuming heterosexual sex slave?
No, not for you.
Well, for Kyle,
the kind of guys who like a dude in a wheelchair or.
So, all right, sex slaves and bounty hunters. Nobody else? Anything?
Bounty hunter sounds cool.
I feel like Kyle would be all for that one.
I don't.
People down?
I think that would be fun, right? And I don't think it's that hard to become a bounty hunter.
Dale did it.
Just fail the police academy test and then go to
yeah.
Step
you get
one.
all season high school. You fail the police exam. Bounty hunter.
Those guys are like it's like the old west when you're a bounty hunter, right?
Pretty much.
Their property.
Yeah, they will come. They own you, literally own your ass, and will
That's
come.
my property.
That's the Sarah Silverman joke.
I'm sold.
The clever slave owner joke. Sarah Silverman, do you know why I pulled you over? And she's like, because you got all C's in high school. That's her line.
That would be a great change up for all those YouTube videos of guys that go looking for checkpoints to try to start shit, and then one of them actually just says that instead of like, "Am I being detained?" It's just because you got all C's in high school. I would donate $5 for that guy's bail or defense.
That's not gonna cover a tenth of it.
Yeah, but crowdsource, baby. You got that's
Kickstarted this guy. Okay.
What was I gonna say? What is it with the "am I being detained" thing?
They want to know if they can leave or not. Mm-hmm. Are you holding me here because you have to have just cause to hold me here, or can I fucking go about my business? Yeah, make a decision right now. Are you holding me or not? Because I want to go now.
And what if they just say, "Yeah, you're being detained"?
Why? Why am I being detained? You have to.
Right.
They have to be
charged with.
You're being an ass, and I'm charging you with first-degree assholery.
Then you shoot them. Defend your constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But,
Me and Lefty were talking about this last night about shooting cops.
Really? In what
Really?
situation
Yeah.
is it okay?
When they're fucking with you, cause they have,
Oh, right.
when you have done nothing wrong, and they're they're taking your rights away. They're detaining you without just cause.
And as much as I try to champion civil liberties and stuff, I don't think I have the balls to do it.
Yeah,
Because
that guy's job is to protect and serve. So if he's holding you without just cause, he just kidnapped you. He's now no longer fit for duty. Let's put him down.
Because
That's what Wings of Redemption would do, and then he'd spit in his face.
Yeah.
Then pee on him, because in the
Then
South,
he'd piss on him.
it's a sign of disrespect.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mark that territory.
In what situation would you pee on someone?
Right now.
Let's just say it's an offensive piss, not like you got stung by a jellyfish or like a girl who just wants to get peed on. You're pissing on this. You're pissing on a dude. In what situation
Somebody weaker, because if it's stronger, I'm gonna get my ass handed to me with my dick out, and I don't.
Oh, I
wanna
see.
go out
I'm
that way.
assuming you've already won the fight.
Oh,
right?
you've already beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah, I think this guy
This is the coup de grace.
semi-conscious.
Then.
This is gonna devolve quickly into who would you pee on after
I got a
assuming
guy
that
in
you
mind.
picked their-
He's on my kill list. He got off easy.
He's getting off easy with the piss on. I don't know what justifies being urinated on.
I think
I
maybe
think-
somebody like spit. What if someone spit in your face? If they spat in your face, then you kick their ass. Maybe you take it up a notch. Really?
like
Someone
that.
likes to trade bodily fluids. I just had a 32-ounce Gatorade. And a lot of it, and quite a bit of asparagus.
Oh,
God.
God, that's true.
The guy's all like, "Not in my eyes, not in my eyes." You're like,
Up your
like
nose.
Woody,
is that
hold
what
his eyes open for me. Stop being a bitch. Put the gloves on.
This is turning into waterboarding someone with piss.
Yeah, you ever waterboard someone with your own urine? Come on.
Not yet.
That's something on the
I think we just found what
Service
the
we offer.
PKA bounty hunters would do to
Absolutely. Yeah, we catch a child. If the PKA bounty hunting crew caught a child molester,
There's a good one.
Lefty holds him down with his wheel. Or Woody holds his eyes open, and I pee in him.
Wait, I got the worst job.
I know. Hey, if you want the good jobs, you got to come up with the stuff yourself.
Oh, God damn it.
By the way, can we take a break? I'm not really in a
Let's
wheelchair.
go, Wheels.
God
Now
damn it.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Prove it.
No.
He can't not prove it.
If you got nothing to hide,
We
just
all
go
know
ahead.
it.
Absolutely.
We all know it.
Now wheel
we
away
all
in
know.
shame.
Fuck you guys.
Looking back, Wheels.
I love it. I love it.
I know we've got people wondering if you really are in a wheelchair right now.
Yeah, some guy on the subreddit was like, how did Lefty get in the wheelchair? And we all told him about the car accident, and he felt really
I
bad.
thought it was a speedboating accident.
I thought he was on a motorcycle and landed in the sitting position and broke his second vertebrae.
I
Which of
thought a
these things-
car hit his motorcycle, and it went in the water, and a speedboat ran over him.
Lefty, how'd it happen?
Yeah.
Well, I don't like to talk about it.
Were you raped? He was raped.
He was
Polio?
raped so hard, first vertebrae broke. Right to the tailbone.
No, it was
Tailbone was smashed into the vertebrae.
I used to work on a sheep farm, and
They mistook you for one of the sheep. And
there was a stampede of sorts, and I was unlucky enough. My pants were around my ankles, so I wasn't running that well anyway, and so I couldn't keep away from the gaggle or whatever it is that was after me.
I think a gaggle is
it's geese, yeah?
right.
What do you call a bunch of sheep? A herd?
I guess the herd. I couldn't stand away. So yeah, they got me. Bastards. That's why I'll
What are
never
the
will again.
Those sheeps had a shiv. That's how it happened. A sheep stampede, really. I think they weigh like 20 pounds.
Yeah, but there
Oh.
were a lot of them.
A herd is good, but a drove and a flock will also do. So I have an itchy tick bite. Is that a bad sign?
All
Lyme
right,
disease
so
stickers.
I think are you sure it's a tick bite? You pull the tick off of it.
Yes, there's no doubt.
It's just It's just gonna be itchy. Put some cortisone on it. I got some chiggers, and the way you handle that, or the way
Nail
I've always
polish.
handled it, was nail polish. Of course, the only nail polish that was handy was purple. So I have these
Awesome.
disgusting, purple nail polish on skin doesn't look purple and shiny like it would on a lady's nails. It just looks like I have a terrible disease.
All right then.
Purple.
It's quite disgusting on my left thigh. I got home before I found one of the ticks. He was pretty close to
for a
my
while.
manly area. So I was happy that and even when I was laying there in the forest, I kept feeling around my ball, groin area because I just don't want anything.
What is it
attached
with these
down there.
ticks in the manly area? Because I got home thinking I had no ticks. I was like, I don't know why Kyle has all the ticks. Maybe he's sweeter than me. And then I find one on my leg, or I find another one on my arm, and I'm like, oh, this sucks. And then I find one on my manly area, and at this point, it's been I've been home for 36 hours or something, maybe less than that. Maybe it was 20. I think it was less than a day.
Big?
What's that?
Was it big?
No, it was tiny, which is scarier because they're the ones with Lyme disease.
No. It's the opposite.
I thought the bigger ones.
So the way you get the Lyme disease is it drinks your blood and then it vomits it back into you and then drinks it again. And when they get big like that, that means they've been on long enough to do that stuff. So that's when you get Lyme.
And I don't think it was on as long as I said. It wasn't 36 hours. I think it was approaching 24. Yeah, something like that. And that's when I discovered it on my manly area. And now I'm freaked out. Now I have a mole on my inner thigh that I went to town with tweezers on because I thought it was a tick. And now I have a bloody mole. That sucks.
Oh.
Bullshit. And
You couldn't tell the difference? What is wrong with you?
it's dark in here. And it was late and I was sleep deprived. And it's
You got a medical procedure? Were you on the phone? Were you on the phone?
no. I was drunk. But I've had found the other tick and I was all freaked out because it was in my manly area. And what if I had transferred that tick? That's
Did you check your
irresponsible.
Did you check your ass?
No.
The reason they go there, it's hot and
I'm all good.
dark and warm.
I'm all good. I get you want to wax that area anyway for maximum running ability. I'm the only one?
You know, come on. No, I'm down. Yeah, but I just don't go out. Woody swims. You waxing.
I don't swim anymore, but
Maybe
think about
had
it.
you, somebody wouldn't be near death.
Yeah. It had occurred to me too, right? Like the first turtle, I think I shot at the first turtle, and that turtle is still okay. Anyway, I thought maybe we need to switch this role. Maybe he should be the shooter and I should be the retriever. And then I thought, wait a minute, that's like holding the bullseye. I don't know that I like this role. All right, Kyle, it's 6 feet away. You shoot it. I'll be right next to it. And that's a terrible job.
Yeah, we decided early on, I think, that I would be the one who would go into the river when that was required because I was most appropriately dressed to do so. I had my mandals, I had my board shorts, and I had a Nike air dry shirt that really seemed to dry fast. You could soak this thing, and it seemed like it was dry again within half an hour.
And I had long pants, socks, hiking boots, and a cotton T-shirt on.
Yeah, but you ripped a fucking tree out of the ground, so you got nothing to issue.
Yeah, and dropped it all on your camping gear almost.
I was so worried it was going to fall on your foot. And
That was
Tom
pretty.
pointed
That
it
was
out in the
planned.
video.
Yeah, we had actually moved all the breakables out, and in watching the videos, I'm like, you lazy shit! Why didn't you move the rest of the stuff? And it was a pain. Like the sheath for the axe was under the tree, and you're so tired, and you don't have any food, and you've just cut down 30 trees, and you're like wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, that shit's there for life, I guess.
Yeah.
As we're chopping down the trees. I wasn't thinking to myself, I wish that Wings was here. I was thinking to myself, I wish that Joe Lozon was here. Joe is a freaking workhorse of energy doing stuff, and that guy could have chopped down a forest for us.
Yeah. But Woody was fishing once, and he got his hook stuck on the bottom. And then he was like jerking his line back and forth, and before he knew it, the end of the fishing rod slipped down the line into the water to the hook, which was stuck on the bottom. So now he's got half a fishing rod, and the rest of it is on the bottom with his hook. So I'm like, all right, here we go. And he's hopping the water.
But I think he wasn't even dry yet from his previous swim. So,
and people were worried about those fishing rods.
Oh, those rods were such shit. We left them. We left those fucking rods in the woods.
We did. I wasn't gonna tell everyone because it kind of violates the campground rule. And
no. There's some fishing rods. You want them? You can have them.
Yeah, you lucky ducks. We left those. It was late at night, and we had a river crossing to do, and we had a man that was sick, and we hadn't eaten in a long time, and we left our fishing rods behind because. Like all this talk of easy food. Joe Lozon sends me a video of it was someone else, but he had a similar experience of pulling like sunnies out of the water, like one a minute. They're just yanking. Joe said he caught 70 fish in like 90 minutes, and I was like, well, damn, maybe we'll be okay. This seems easy enough to me. I don't know. I don't know how to fish, I guess.
I think it was because I resisted getting live bait from the place because I felt like that
cheating.
It seemed like cheating. And but if we had taken like chicken livers or worms or something like that, something that like catfish and predatory fish might attack too, we may have caught some fish. So that may have been a mistake, not bringing good bait. Because we were gonna bring good bullets for our fucking rifles, so why not?
Did you guys go looking for bait at all?
I did.
Yeah.
I don't know if Kyle, did you look for bait?
No, I was after the stork bird on that journey.
That's exactly when it was. Kyle was after the stork bird. I took my little pooper scooper shovel and I was looking for worms, and I was just digging around, moving the leaves and stuff like that, and. You know where to find worms, like right where it's the most wet and the soil is the richest and stuff. But I didn't know where to find that. So I'm just like, well, here under the leaves, sort of randomly looking for worms, and I didn't see what I needed. Mm-hmm. And given time, we found I want to call it a water bottle, but it was only like this big. Mm-hmm. And we had talked about how to make a cricket thing. Basically, you slice the top off, put it backwards so that they can go in but not out, and put something nice in there. We had glucose tablets that we were going to bring for wings. I was like, well, we'll just put some water, some sugar in there, and let the crickets get trapped. But we didn't stay long enough to do that.
Yeah, we're going to do that. I've got a new topic.
Oh. Okay, I got one too. But go on.
Game of Thrones.
Oh, that was
What's
good.
That?
So, spoiler alert. If you have not seen, what episode would it be? Season 4, Episode 2. If you have not seen Season 4, Episode 2, you're going to want to, miss out on this part. It was so good. I'm so happy that they killed that cocksucker off. And it looked really painful, too. His eyes were bleeding. His face was all, veiny. He was drooling blood.
I don't know the actor's name, but I almost want to thank him because he did a brilliant job in his acting.
Wonderful.
I hated that guy. There's no one in movie miniseries history who deserved death more than that guy.
He had it coming. He's had it coming for 3 years. It's so good to see that child die. I was so happy, and they made sure he was his best cunty self, right up to his death. Really
I would
humiliating.
Argue he wasn't, me personally. Now
we disagree there.
Yeah, they gave it a go. So he was being a cunt. He really was. He was sort of humiliating people. He was pouring wine on people, exercising.
No, not people.
His uncle.
My favorite character.
My favorite character too, actually. Yeah. But he poured wine on his head. But earlier in the show. Okay, he was being a dick in this episode. He has been a monster in previous episodes. He has, killed a woman just for his own pleasure. This is a kid who seems to, pull the wings off butterflies for fun. He was being a jerk. So they got him 2 prostitutes to sort of entertain him and hopefully have him take an interest in some sort of love. And he has the prostitutes beat each other in a non-sexual way, in like a total like sadistic, hurt her more, cut her, kind of damage her sort of thing. And that's who he is. This guy is a monster. And on his wedding day, when he died, he was a jerk. Like, he did a play with little people in it, and his uncle's a little person, and it was very offensive to him. He poured wine on his uncle's head. There were people playing a song he didn't like, so he threw money at him and told him to go away. That's jerk, but not monster.
I suppose I did not like how he was treating Tyrion. I was happy to see him die, though I will say I wanted him to die with a sword in his belly. I wanted someone who he had hurt to gut him. To like, you remember the end of the most recent Rambo movie when he guts that child molester? He stabs his huge Rambo knife into this warlord, child molesting.
Was that the one in Cambodia?
Yeah, and he jerks it from right to left and disembowels him right there. Like, I wanted that kind of death for Joffrey, but this one looked pretty bad too. It was just that it was poison, and that's kind of
I like
whatever.
this one. I like this one, and I like who did it. I like all about it.
Well,
God.
As long as we're in full spoiler mode now, I want to know who did it. Who was the guy?
Who did it? Who killed King Joffrey?
Most people don't know. All the hints are there, but it's so subtle. I had to go to the internet to get the thing. I guess we'll spoil it?
We're already in
No, let's not do that. That kind of spoils the next episode.
Damn it.
I'll tell you what, if you guys are interested and you're Game of Thrones fans and you'd like to have a clue, just go on HBO Go or however you watch the show or on YouTube and watch the preview for Season 4, Episode 3, and they pretty much spell it out.
Do they? I haven't seen it.
There's a quick scene where one character is like, why did you do that? It was going to be good for me if he lived. You can probably imagine who said that.
Why do like media companies do that with their previews, where they give away the bit kind of in the preview to any thinking fan, and
Well, I like to think a pretty witty guy. I picked up on it. Maybe everybody wouldn't, but Woody picked up on it anyway. And well, you said you went to the internet.
I had some help in picking up on it. I think I'm just like you. I had my suspicion on who it was, but I didn't spot the actual placing of the poison in the cup I did on the internet.
And the other thing is, anybody who actually wanted to know, who's already seen the episode, all you had to do is go back and watch it again and follow his cup backwards from his lips to see where that poison came from.
You know what I'll say? I want to do that. So I'm not a book reader. I mean, I'm a book reader in general, but that's a term they use to describe Game of Thrones book readers. And the book reading community around Game of Thrones has treated the TV show watchers with more respect than I've ever seen before. Now, sure, they're kind of the book reader master race, right? Not only are they literate, but they know more. But they're not spoiling it like crazy, right? They're not. They at most, sometimes I see this next episode's going to have a thing. Someone told me to film my reaction. I didn't, but they said, Woody, I want you to film yourself watching the next episode because something cool's going to happen. He's a book reader. And like that... I have a lot of respect for the book reading community of Game of Thrones because I feel like if this was another series, they would be spoiling it like crazy.
Yeah, and I feel like the people that want to spoil it, like they did Harry Potter, they're douchebags and they don't have the kind of time and commitment to read those books.
Yeah, I don't understand because I read the books, Harry Potter, that is, and I would never give that away. I would never give that away.
Assholes.
Yeah.
There's a higher barrier to entry to read the Game of Thrones books, I'm told. Heck, the barrier to entry is so high, I haven't listened to the audiobooks.
Yeah, they're like 40 hours.
Yeah.
So, do the episodes faithfully follow the books?
They do an So I've read. I'm gonna say I've read maybe a fifth of the first book, and I feel like it's doing such a great job. I'm like, yeah, that's great. They handled that so well, and maybe It's sort of spread among episodes, so you don't get things in the exact sequence of the book. Not the exact sequence, but you get pretty much all the same information.
With the
The
book
books
readers,
are just more
sorry.
background,
Oh, there
more
was just
background, and more minutia.
a space there. So I've seen book readers comment on that online, and what I hear is there are variations, but they typically approve of them. And have you ever read the book before you see a movie? Movie always fails to live up to the book, right? In every case. In this case, they mostly say, like, yeah, I can see why they made that little change. Sometimes they even like it more. Like season 1, when is it pronounced Arya? Is that her name? The little girl Stark.
Yes, Arya.
Arya. Arya kills a man near the end of the first episode, and what she says and how she does it is better in the show than the book. Even the book readers agree. And in general, do they follow it faithfully? I mean, they didn't use it as a script, but apparently it's so close and so well done, and the deviations are so understandable that everyone approves. Mm-hmm. Game of Thrones is awesome.
I do think, though, if I remember correctly, I haven't read and seen the movie in a while. The Hunt for Red October, I think, follows the novel pretty closely. It's a little bit Hollywoodized for, to make Alec Baldwin look like a badass, but it follows the novel quite well. I mean, I just say that because you said it never does, but I was like, I remember thinking at the time after reading the novel and then watching the movie, I was like, man, this is the best one I've seen. The rest of them are just completely way off course. But that's good to hear. I like when that happens. So
yeah, they did a good job.
Yeah.
But oh god, it makes me want to watch the next one. Do you guys need a new topic?
Yes. Yeah, we do.
Mm-hmm.
What is your best or worst? Oh shit, my parents are going to kill me moment.
Oh God, my dad just had gotten a brand new Chevrolet truck. I mean, brand new, and it was parked kind of outside the entrance to our shop, and I had a pretty brand new ATV or four-wheeler, whatever you want to call it, quad bike, and it had I put it in reverse, and on the left side it's got a button that like disables the governor for reverse. So instead of putting along at like really slow in reverse, you use all 400 cc's. So I pressed that button, give it the gas, and I just back right into the back quarter panel of this truck and fucked it up. I mean, I hit it hard, caved it in, and I was so scared. I was like, I went and told my dad, I was like, back to your truck. So that was a bad one. Also,
how did he react?
I was already crying. He couldn't hit me. Another time, I used to have a hard time in reverse in any kind of a vehicle. I've since fixed that. This is when I was like 16 and younger. My parents had went to buy my mom a brand new car, and her previous car is in the driveway, and I hopped in. I think it was a Pathfinder. Hopped in the Pathfinder, threw it reverse, backed right into her current car while they are on the trip to replace it, and I really fucked it up. Really fucked it up good. Caved the front end in, did like $4,000 worth of damages. That was a pretty interesting moment.
This guy has claimed many times on PKA that he doesn't hit things.
No, I've got a perfect driving record on the streets, but there was a time when I was about, very young where I kept backing into shit. like there was one time when I was driving to school, and I realized I'd forgotten something, and we've got a really long driveway, and I was just like slammed on the brakes, threw it in reverse, and I was hauling ass in reverse back to the house, and I got a little squirrely, ended up in a fence, drug a lot of the fence with me. That happened. What else did I back into?
So, I'm sure Woody's having flashbacks now of like, oh, I know how Jackie can go back through time and recount stories of hitting things just like this.
She hits stuff.
Yeah, I'm a great driver in drive, but I'm a terrible reverseer.
Well, you said you fixed it. How'd you fix it? Just practice?
Yeah. When you've had that many horrible moments in reverse, you're just like. You're scared now when you put that when you see that R pop up on your on the dash. You're like, oh god, this is how it starts.
I've totaled 2 cars. That was an oh shit type moment. But the big one was I was growing. I don't smoke weed. I'll just say that right now. I haven't in years. Woody's a douche. But in high school, I was growing it in my closet, or attempting to, because it was part science and part, hey, I can save some money. And I just had this feeling walking to my house that day. My parents were separated at the time, and my dad's truck was in front of my mom's house. I'm like, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. And then I get in there.
You're a pothead. Jesus Christ, you grew it in your bedroom?
I'm not.
2 days until 420, dude.
You're right. I got a 420 blaze it up here pretty soon. But
it's Easter too, man.
Perfect time. Chocolate and drugs. How can that not be a good day?
Yeah, those chiclet things.
But I didn't seal the boxes properly, and they saw the light emitting from the grow area, and they sat me down, and that's when they found out I was smoking weed at the time and growing it. And I thought I was going to die. It was a really scary moment. And my mom did something she's pretty damn smart. A bong was being shipped to my house. She read my messages, cut open the box, took it out, sealed it back up. And then I opened it and went, oh, I got ripped off. And then when they confronted me later, smashed it in front of me. So that was my oh shit moment. But
well, yeah, damn.
I don't top that. You have a grow house in your closet? I don't think so.
No.
Total 2 cars. It's quite the child in high school.
Jeez.
Yeah. And the
my stories have been told, right? But I just want to say, I was 12 or 13 years old, broke into a stranger's house, drank their alcohol. We were drinking on the second floor of their garage, which had like drywall between joists. Mm-hmm. And first you're sitting on the joist, which is really uncomfortable. And then you realize that the sort of U that the drywall makes is fantastic. Until, of course, you fall through their fucking roof.
Wow.
At 13 years old, drunk on vodka.
Did you drive after that point?
I did not. I rode my bike home. Yeah. I could have killed someone. Oh, you wheel away.
Oh, Woody. Oh.
So anyway, that's one. But it isn't the one I was thinking of. The other one, now this one I was definitely 12. I had just moved from my friend. I told the story, all of my stories. But we snuck out of the house late at night while everyone was sleeping, went to the arcade, spent like a roll of quarters on Double Dragon, beat the game, we're headed home, the cops see us, we jump over the edge of the boardwalk and hide underneath, they're shining the light on us, of course they catch us even though I pretended like not to be seen. He's like, you under there? Nothing. Come on out, I can see you. Nothing. You're wearing pink shorts with blue trim. Fuck. So I crawl out from under the boardwalk and I explained to him what the deal was. My best friend had come to visit me in Ocean City from Morristown, and I knew it was the last time I was going to see him. And he, like, we didn't say it, but like he knew it was the last time he was going to see me, and we had been best friends for years, which at 12 is a super long time. And he was leaving in the morning, and we just didn't want it to be morning yet. So we snuck out of the house and did that. Well, I explained that same thing to the police, and it was a convincing enough argument that the policeman acted as my attorney on behalf of my parents. He's like, let me handle this. And he starts talking to my parents like grown up to grown up. Like, I don't think you should punish. These are good kids. They just, they one night they were at the arcade playing video games, and they knew they'd never see each other again. And that, it's a sad thing and my parents were like, no punishment. But that was my, oh shit, I'm in trouble. That was when I was brought home by the police at 12 years old.
Yeah, I had a cop gangster one as well. That same house.
The pink shorts for the gangster part.
I did a B&E, but the side door was already open, so I went into the person's garage, and I kept going in, just looking around, not doing anything. But I was like, oh, this is someone's house. And then the guy walked back in, the guy who owned the house, and I talked my way out of it. But then apparently he had cameras in his garage. So the next day, I was confronted by a police officer, and that was a pretty bad oh shit moment as well.
But you didn't do anything, right? They just saw you like trespassing.
No, it was trespassing, but he called it B&E, but the door was open. But that's all I did. I didn't get any trouble, but the cop was threatening it a whole lot. Like,
I remember one time, this is like maybe the 4th time the police picked me up. And they ask you every time they pick you up as a kid, like, have you had any trouble with the police before? I'm like, well, there was the one time here and the one time there. And we weren't even bad.
Trouble.
We weren't even bad. But we were 15 years old and we were riding double on a moped with no license. And I remember the cop picked me up. And here I'm thinking I'm a really good kid. Like, that was my impression of myself. And he's like, look, I'm going to let one of you walk back and the other of you ride this thing straight home until you get your license. He's like, I think I'm going to be seeing a lot of you two over the next couple of years. and it really struck home with me. Like, he thinks I'm going to have a lot of trouble with the police. The nerve of him. Meanwhile, I've already had a lot of trouble with the police. But I was like, don't you get this? I'm a good guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, I know. A couple of run-ins with the cops, but the nerve of him.
Don't judge me.
Kyle, you have an oh shit, my parents are gonna kill me moment?
I think he stepped away.
Son of a bitch.
Oh no, he told his. Remember, it was we haven't heard lefties.
You haven't heard mine. Mine was when I was.
It was the accident.
No, I was asleep the whole time. Fucking man, I had to deal with it. I wasn't aware to.
No, the paraplegic one.
Yes, the one where you were hit by a speedboat from your motorcycle.
And I was like, I better pull my pants up before. I better figure out a goddamn way to pull my pants up before the people get here wondering why your pants are down. I had to be. Well, actually, my accident in college was pretty. Like, I remember thinking, like, when I became aware of what was going on, I was like, oh fuck, I'm in deep shit. But my earliest one, I had to be 9 or 10 years old, and my parents were separated. And I was spending, they had joint custody, and I was spending time with my mom and my stepdad. And they had a little workout room in the basement of the house they were living in at the time. And it had like one of those gold gym, like multi-purpose bench press things. And it didn't have one of those full bench press bars. So, people that go to the gym a lot will know, not the ones that, where their weight just without any weight on it is 45 pounds. I think it was like 20 pounds maybe, or probably 10. That was the bar, and it doubled as a bicep curl thing, and that was the bench press bar on the 2 upright things. Well, I wanted to work out. Well, my stepdad, obviously lifting a lot more weight than a 10-year-old, and so I go to start taking off the 25-pound, whatever those are, weights, and I learned later, although I didn't realize at the time, that I was creating essentially a big lever on a fulcrum when I started taking off the 25-pound weights on one side. And I didn't understand that you were supposed to try to balance them as best you could. You can unless you take them off both at once. And it was sitting close to a wall, and I took one off on one side, I put it down, and then I went to grab the other, and I was sliding it off. I didn't even realize. As soon as it was free, the bar went into the brand new finished wall. Big ass hole in it, and I was like, "Fuck." And I told my mom, and I was like, "Oh, dude, I'm such deep shit." And she was like, "Oh, we were gonna put an outlet there anyway, or something like that." And just kind of let it go.
My mom watches this show. She watches the entire Painkiller already every week now. And it's weird for me, right? Because we tell stories that I don't usually tell. My online world and my real life world don't usually mix. And it's not like you can keep a secret with a video that 150 to 200,000 people watch. But somehow it seems like, when I go to the grocery store, no one's looking at me and saying, he's that guy that does this. I wonder, Mom, leave a comment and let me know when you were the most angry with me. Go ahead, drop a comment, Mom, and say, yeah, it was the time that he did this.
What do you think? There's going to be a lot of comments that are pertaining to be your mom.
There might be. I don't know. I hope that they don't do that, but I'll find out which one's the real mom, and I'll reply to it.
As opposed to just having her text.
Yeah, she can call you and tell you.
Yeah. I like it better this way.
My mom, Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off. But my mom actually registered for a YouTube account just so she could click like on my videos.
Oh.
Yeah.
Aw.
That's right. Someone's.
She
got
can
it.
hit the click to tweet to win a SOG knife if she wants to do that as well.
She should totally win. Like, Mom, you got it. So, the person that wins the knife, Kitty told me this, has to be 18 years old. So be sure that when you do your thing, you confirm that you're 18 years old.
Or your parents. Could
Or
be
your
involved.
parents are 18 years old, or maybe you met someone once that was 18 years old.
Yeah, maybe you're in the South, then that won't apply.
You can add to get 18 with numbers. And
Yeah. Like
a
maybe
piece of paper
you
and
and your
crayon.
brother are both 9.
That I feel like that would work. You share it,
If you do the calculations in dog years, but you don't tell us that they're dog years that we're getting, we don't know.
Yeah, but
That also works.
if anyone needs to know your age and that age is under 18, then you're not mature enough to have a knife like this. If you can't lie, you can't have this knife. Yeah, I think that covers it all.
But seriously, be 18.
Yes, but be 18.
Wink,
Or
wink.
be able to lie.
Face on the subreddit.
The winky face. Those should be T-shirts now.
Those
Oh,
winky
I've
faces
got.
cost so much
I have a
money.
new topic. Does anyone new topic?
Sure.
What is your greatest fear, rational or irrational?
Well,
Slitting my throat.
Really?
I can't eat. I watched Sweeney Todd once in college, and I loved it, but I was kind of drunk, so I didn't really, my attention was going elsewhere during the movie, with the songs. It's a musical. Or Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street, I think. With Johnny. It's a really good film if you guys want to check it out. But my irrational fear of that is to the point where, one, I shave with an electric razor instead of a like a Bic, and two, it's really hard for me to watch that movie because it's about a demon barber who kills a lot of people, and his method is I slit your throat, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. But yeah, and also the awful movie with Snoop Dogg when he was like a demon pimp or something. I think it was called Bones.
I don't know that movie, but it sounds incredible.
He was slitting throats with a straight razor and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, this is messed up. So yeah, I don't like things on or near my throat. Like when I shave in the morning, I get that done first. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable, and I'm just weird about it. And I have a irrational fear of getting my throat slit.
Spiders and going to prison.
Oh, going to prison
Both
was
irrational.
mine. I was gonna say jail, but yeah, that's
Like, I don't
mine.
do anything wrong, but it's like, what?
You grow weed in
technicality-
your damn closet, motherfucker.
10 years ago or some shit. 10 years ago, all right. Statute of limitations is off on that by now.
Well, yeah,
But-
but still,
But I don't do anything, but it's like, what technicality are they going to say when I get pulled over to fuck with me to get arrested? I
Look
don't
at
wanna
this
go to-
man, everybody. Does this look like a man who doesn't smoke weed?
dude, I'm sorry. You're more of a weed smoker than Catatonic Hutch ever was.
Catatonic Hunch is a serious smoker.
But
I can't believe Woody said that to me in private. He's like, not bad for a pothead. And I'm like, what?
So no, here's the thing. I thought Chiz was a pothead. I don't know. Look at him.
Quit profiling, motherfucker.
So I thought he was a pothead, and his memory is much better than mine. It just is. Now I've come to rely on it. Like it was because we worked together on WoodyCraft.net, the best Minecraft server in the universe, multiverse, and more. So we work together there, and I'll be like, what did this guy do? And then he'll like list over all the infractions that got him like his first ban, his second ban, and his forum ban or something like that. And he's so good at it that at this point I've almost stopped trying to remember and just rely on his memory. And at one point, paying him a compliment, I told him that his memory was pretty sharp for a pothead.
Great compliment.
and yeah, he was like, what? Why do you think I'm a pothead? And I forget how it came up, but I was like, dude, I'm not judging or anything. You know, you can be who you are. I think you go forward a couple of years and it'll be legal everywhere, and it'll be like saying, you know, not bad for a smoker.
I should just embrace it. Lefty's in a wheelchair, and I 420 blaze it nonstop.
I'd rather be the 420 blaze it guy. Come on, let me.
Oh my God, you grip list? What is someone who's against someone in a wheelchair? I think you're a grip list.
But you don't understand. I'm paraplegic twice in the intro. Give me something. Everybody's got something good about them in the intro. I've got paraplegic and racism. That's what I got.
Wait, I don't think mine was so hot, was it?
Listen, I learned farming.
You had a hairline. You were hairline.
And calves.
And calves, yeah.
Yeah, I also fight at PAX, which I didn't do, or even like.
No, but it's always on the table, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, but you didn't back down. That was the.
I didn't back down. People have this story twisted. Give me 10 seconds. They think obviously Jesus was saying terrible things about my family, so I threatened to fight him at PAX. What actually happened was he was saying terrible things about my family, and he escalated it and said he wanted to fight me at PAX. I said yes, and then he said he didn't want to, and I said okay, you don't have to.
I'll also say, you were talking about fighting people on a painkiller already. You weren't even reference conversation, OBJ. It was somebody else you had in mind. I don't remember who, and he interpreted it as him.
I wasn't talking about fighting people. I was saying that some of these people are not as big and bad as they want you to believe. They're actually just keyboard warriors. And as a way to prove that he was more than a keyboard warrior, and I wasn't even talking about him.
He got on his keyboard and...
Yeah, and he got on his keyboard and threatened to fight me at PAX, yeah. And that's how that went down. Well, what were we talking about? That topic was greatest fear. Mine's prison, man. I sometimes I actually worry. I'm like I'll see a prison show or like an MSNBC special or something like that where they're always talking about prison and or they how they live there and the social structure is, and I think to myself like it's this pressure, like it's this impending book report that's due. How am I going to survive in this situation? Like, you know, what am I going to do? You know, I feel like in a hand-to-hand combat situation, I can beat people with better physiques than me. But I look at them in prison and think, okay, that's too much better. You know, some of these guys, like the gap is so strong that I'm out of luck.
Think back to that Breaking Bad scene in this the last season where they killed all those people in prison. Spoiler. They had like 7 people shanking the shit out of one guy. So I mean, it's not even just 1v1. It's you're gonna get ground and pound by several dudes.
So I used to train with these guys who were prison guards, and some people have heard this story before. But I asked them, you know, like you know, how like and again, this fear's been a long time. I was like, how would I do in prison? Like, what would happen or this and that? And he'd be like, you're doomed. You know, like you being white and talking the way that you do. They would single you out immediately as, you know, wanting to be someone's bitch. And he was telling me, I'll repeat myself, that he's like, you have 2 strategies, and they both pretty much involve going to solitaire. He's like, you can either start a fight immediately with someone and get yourself sent to solitaire, or you can like start a fight at a guard. And he's like, so with a guard, you don't even really have to fight them. You can, you know, I can put myself on camera. Like I can just do one of these deals, like. You know, like making a move at the guard, like to be intimidating. And some guards will be like, that's enough. You're going to solitaire. Other guards will be like, you just want to go to solitaire. That's not happening. So you have to, like, I don't know, take their hat off or mock them.
Now, do you think, say you had to go for 2 years, do you think you'd rather spend all of that in solitary confinement or just risk it in the battlefield?
I guess risk it in the battlefield, I guess. Like if I had 30 days or something, maybe solitaire. But if I had 2 years, I mean, they all seem to hate solitaire, you know, solitary confinement. So, like sometimes when as an irrational fear, I wonder, like, how am I going to get through this? One, like you said, the 7v1. Even in a 1v1, if that guy has a shank and you don't, that's a big problem. You know, like, how are you going to deal with that? You know, even one hole poked in my rib is a giant issue I don't want to have to deal with. It's like, I really worry about going to prison, even though I shouldn't.
Jail or prison? Jail or prison?
I'm told jail's worse. That,
really?
Yeah, that if you go to prison, that's like people have kind of calmed down there. It's more professional, so like things are run. But jail is like people coming in and out, and they're crazy, and they're still fresh on the streets, and that it's a more chaotic environment, whereas prison is a little more structured.
I think it depends on the area as well. So
Yeah,
like
probably.
the jail in your local town may not be that bad, but the jail in like a big city would be scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What's
my mother-in-law used to work in a jail.
Huh.
She was a secretary at the Passaic County Jail. And my brother-in-law worked there, but he was like a sheriff's department. I think he's just retired as a captain, which is a really sweet deal. Like, when you're in the armed forces, your years count towards your like retirement, I think. Mm-hmm. So he was a captain in the Marines, and then he went from there. He had a couple private sector jobs, and then he went to become a policeman, or a sheriff's department officer. I'm not sure if that's different. I'm not really an expert on this, but he's not much older than me, and he's retired on a full pension. Like, he was pretty much like 20 or 22 or something when he started his military service, and then by your mid 40s, you've got like 20, 25 years in, and you're done. Like he has enough vacation built up that like he's not even retired yet. He's just serving out his vacation before his retirement starts, and then his retirement will begin, and he can get another job or whatever. But it's kind of a sweet gig.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And captain in the Marines, they don't give that out to just anybody. That's a pretty big deal, isn't it? To be, I mean, you're not like a general, but a captain in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that's what he was. He was a tank commander. He served in the first Iraq War.
Damn, that's hardcore.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do war. War is another thing I think that I'm irrationally fearful of, because, like, okay, I know this is going to sound like the stupidest rationalization for this, but I play Arma, which is, I know, I play a video game, which is why I'm scared of the real world. But Arma is designed to be a hyper-realistic... It's supposed to be a war simulator, not a war game. And the snapping of bullets that whiz by my head when I'm playing a video game, of course, with monitors, and I can see, I am not in this world. This is the... But that freaks me out. And I try to think of what it would be like to be in war and to be in a combat zone, and to have that actually happening when bullets whizzing by your head and it's crack, 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 crack. No, man.
So sometimes I think to myself, like, I'd be really good at war. It sounds fun, right? I'd love to play war. Obviously, it's not a game. And like when you think about what it takes to be successful, how easy it is to kill, that's my problem, right? If I'm camping and your head pops up, I think you're in a lot of trouble. Right? Assuming my scope is set, you're in a lot of trouble, and unless you're really far away. The way that war is actually done, as opposed to movie war, where people miss you all the time, and you get to it's like you just make one little slip up, and you're gone, or you drive in the wrong place, and you're done, and it's like it's not the Hollywood shootout that you might think. It's I guess. I've never been in war. It's a crazy thing. I don't know. Kyle, you know anything about war?
Is he away again?
Kyle,
What?
he didn't
Wait.
even do his irrational fear.
No, you broke up. I didn't hear the first part of what you said. I didn't hear my name.
People who've been to war. Like, is it? I don't know. Share some thoughts. How would you do in war?
From what I've always heard, it's like 99% just fucking boredom, just jerking off to and
I would do good
cleaning
at
guns and emptying latrines and
Hi, Mom.
and just hanging out with a bunch of dudes, and just real boredom. And then that's on the other 1%, it's just absolute terror most of the time. If they're in a real gunfight with somebody, because the enemies that we fight now don't fight very fair. It's a lot of roadside bombs, improvised explosives, rocket attacks, ambushes, that sort of thing. They don't like it. But when you talk to the guys who were like, on the when they went in and they just whipped ass and they're rolling in with armored divisions and stuff. Those guys had a pretty good time. I don't know. I talked to Dakota Meyer, who won the Medal of Honor, and he didn't seem to be too happy about the experience as a whole. Of course, he thought he was going to die every second of it. So,
what's your truest, greatest fear, rational or irrational?
Truest, greatest fear? I'm pretty afraid of sticking my feet or my hands in like a dark area and like a poisonous spider or snake biting me, or really anything. But remember when we were on the side of the river and I was sticking my feet under the bank in that area, and I was like, a real man would reach his hand in there and wait for something to latch on and pull it out and eat it. I was like, I'm not one. That was a really scary proposition, to stick my hand up under the bank into that dark, murky water where there could be a snapping turtle that could easily take your little finger off. Maybe there's a dry area up under there, above the water, but still kind of a cave-like spot where there's going to be a poisonous snake, or hell, maybe a family of snakes. I don't know. Maybe there's just 1,000 brown recluse spiders who have been trapped in there because the water level rose, and they just looking for anything to jump on. You don't know, right? I remember I was going to put my boots on once to go hunting with my dad, and I could look in there and I could see a spider, and I was like, Dad, there's a fucking spider in my boot. He looks, and he's like, there's nothing in there, and he bangs and nothing comes out. I'm like, there's a spider. He's like, put your boot on, come on, we're going. And finally I beat it enough that a black widow crawls out. I'm like, see? He's like, oh. Oh shit. So yeah, and I also watched one of those Discovery Channel specials about, I don't know, spiders in your home, creepy crawlies, whatever. And they had this sort of reenactment where basically a spider crawls in the slipper, the person puts his slipper on, and then he screams. And it's not real. It's not real. It's a reenactment, but they showed it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I'm not down for that.
I'm pretty afraid of things like that.
Spiders.
Reddit will love you.
Or a snake coming up the toilet when you sit down.
Now that
I don't think that's real.
Yeah.
I don't care.
But I say that, but I have been in bed and had things crawl on me, from big spiders to centipedes. I woke up once with a June bug crawling in my hair. And it's not as terrifying when it actually happens. It's the apprehension and the fear of it happening. The actual event isn't that horrible. I've woken up to a centipede in my bed and it bit me on the ribs. Now I did go caveman and just beat it into oblivion with a hammer, but I've also woken up with wasps on me and stuff like that. Spiders. I was shirtless in bed, kind of sitting up watching TV. Felt something on my shoulder, looked, and it's a big fucking wolf spider crawling around on me, about the size of a $50. It's not that bad.
Where do you sleep? Where what area of the country are you? Just so I know.
Sounds like where you were in the woods was better than where you sleep.
Are you from Australia?
Oh, God knows what crawled on us in those woods, right? Like the stuff that latches on is what we know about.
Oh.
That's true.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, man. Who knows? You were over there snoring, so your mouth was definitely open.
Doesn't sound right. No.
God knows what crawled into your mouth, down your esophagus. It could have laid eggs in your nasal passage.
I'm curious to know how Chiz knows that Woody snores.
I was tutoring Hope in math, and there's a bed above Woody's desk, and he took a cat nap. He was snoring loud, and she's like, "You hear that?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, the dog, right?" "No, that's my dad." And she got closer with the mic, and
yeah.
Like a bear was in the room with her.
Yeah, that's how it is. I've shared a room with Woody before, and I've slept in the woods with him, and he slept over at my house. He's a snorer.
No, that's not true. I would have heard it.
We could check out
yeah, you do hear it, and you wake up in the night, and you're all startled.
Yeah. The noise stopped. That's good. I can go back to sleep.
Yeah, that's
yeah, that's the equivalent of a dog who farts himself awake. And he's like, what happened? Oh, I guess it stopped. None of that noise stopped, so I'm going to go back to bed.
None of this is ringing a bell.
I've got to say, though, when I was lying on that, so I want to frame this well so everybody kind of gets a mental image. I've got this half-inch pad that I'm lying on, and I let the end of it overlap over that tree we cut down, and that's my pillow. And I've got my coat bunched up under my neck, and I've got like one of those emergency blankets on myself. And I'm just laying there staring up at that like gray sky with the clouds in it, and it's bright. And
The
I'm
full
looking at
moon
the pine-
behind the clouds, right?
Yeah, and the pine tree swaying up there, and just pounding headache, feeling really nauseous. Rain is like it's not raining, but it's sprinkling. You know, a drop hit me right in the fucking eyeball. I remember that. That's probably how I got sick. That probably made it worse. That's when I had the sores in the roof of my mouth. And it weren't sores. That was a weird situation. I don't know how to explain it. Eating caused incredible pain in the roof of my mouth for 2 days, and I got some antibacterial stuff and sorted that out. But anyway, Woody is snoring over there, and I can see him next to the fire. And I was just so uncomfortable and in so much pain. It felt like pain all over my body, aches and pains and cuts and scratches. I was actually too hot, the bottom half of my body sweating from that emergency blanket shit. I can feel a tick on my legs every now and then. I reach down in the darkness and pull it off and flick it away. And there was no getting to sleep. I rolled left, right, on my back, on my stomach. It wasn't going to happen. That was awful.
If you were up anyway, why didn't you tend to the fire?
I didn't want to. I did. The answer is I didn't fucking want to. I tended to it about 3 times, and I'd say you tended to it 6 times. But
I would say that was not... If you did 3 times, I won't argue, but I must have been at 12. Maybe you did fall asleep more than you know.
They're going to be arguing these numbers for the rest of the day.
Who's more of a man?
I was on
There
that
was one
fire.
time when the fire caught when the leaves caught on fire and they were like creeping towards Woody, and I was just watching I was watching the fire approach his body, and I was like, I'll stop it if it gets too close, but he'll probably wake up before that happens.
That'll stop it.
There was one time when the fire... So there's the fire, and then like around it are all the burnt leaves, and that was kind of our fire pit. But it had somehow gotten out of that, and the leaves and the pine straw were on fire. And he's like, Woody, I'm going to need your help here.
Yeah.
And the stack of firewood was right about to catch. And I got up and put it out for him.
Yeah, we had to beat the fire down with sticks and like put the leaves out and push them closer to the fire.
I told you bitches I could make a fire.
He made it, yes, he did make a fire.
So that picture about the forest being burnt down after day 4 was almost accurate.
Almost.
It was close. But it was going to rain too. So.
Sure.
Do we need a new topic?
Yeah.
Throw it.
New rule prohibits voters in Miami-Dade County, that's in Florida, from using the restroom no matter how long the line. If people don't know the background on this, Florida in the United States is what they call a battleground state, in that it's almost always 50-50 between Democrats and Republicans every year. On top of that, it has 27 electoral votes, which is like one of the biggest in America. So, and I think it is the biggest in terms of the battleground states. Like New York has more and Texas has more, but they're never close. In terms of battleground states, Florida is the big prize. And Miami-Dade...
Ohio's big too.
But smaller. I think it's 22 or 20 versus 27. I could check. Maybe
6.
Wait,
my guess is 26.
All right, gotta know.
25. It's high 20s.
Electoralmap.com surprisingly does not tell you that.
California's the biggest, all that matters.
2-7 to win. Yeah, but it's not a battleground state, so no one gives a shit about you. Ohio's 18, Florida's 29.
Fair enough.
All right.
All right, then.
So, let me just double check. I'm gonna go back to like 2012 when it didn't change. Okay, so Miami-Dade is a county in the biggest battleground state there is, and it's known for being like the densely populated areas, and which tend to be low income, which tend to be Democrat. You can wait in line 6 to 7 hours to vote. And then the areas where people have a little more land and people are a little wealthier, usually you can walk right in and out and vote. So, and they're Republican. So the Republicans who are currently in control of the state are doing bad things, like saying you can't use the bathroom while waiting in the voting line. as a way to make it. Oh, and then you can't have your spot back. Like it's literally in the rules. So you can't like leave your spot and come back. They are making it difficult to vote for people in Miami-Dade County, which is Democrat, by not letting them go to the bathroom while waiting in line.
That's just super shitty.
Are you sure that's their motivation? Because maybe they kept having incidents with the people in that location where somebody was like leaving the line and then coming back and then, I don't know, shooting the joint up because they wanted their spot back, which is ridiculous. No savings.
Big lines?
Dude, you leave the line. You leave
there?
the line. You'll pull that bullshit if you got a buddy with you, maybe. But if you walk out of line to go use the bathroom, then you lost your spot. Bring a cup or hold your bladder like a grown-up.
What I think you don't get here is they are literally shutting down the bathrooms on voting day.
What bathrooms?
At these voting places, like they're high schools and townships and whatever.
Were they open in the past?
Yes.
That's odd.
6-7 hours, you can hold that though. I mean, if you know, I mean, it's a shitty tactic, but
earlier this year, Miami-Dade County Elections Department quietly implemented a policy to close bathrooms at all polling facilities.
But what's the reasoning? Like what is the official reasoning?
The official reasoning is that some of the polling facilities didn't have disability rights bathrooms, like disability-enabled ones, so they just close it to all of them so that they're more fair.
People like you, Lefty, they're looking out.
Yeah.
Now, you have rights too.
Well, I got a colostomy bag, so it doesn't matter. I don't care.
Now no one can go to the bathroom.
That
ruin it for everyone. Nice job, Lefty.
Yeah, goddamn you, Lefty.
I said I got the colostomy bag. I'm good to go.
Sounds to me like
I'm not the one rolling around out there with picket signs.
The thing is this, Republicans. Now, before I go on this rant, I'll say I voted Republican. I'm registered independent. I guess I align more with the Democrats lately, except for gun rights. But, because I don't hate gay people and I think that capital gains taxes should be just like every other tax. I could go on. But Republicans, how can you consider yourself the good guy? Right? Like time and time again, you just seem to you're making it harder to vote. They implemented rules so that you can't pre-register, not pre-register, but you can vote early. Right? Mm-hmm. So it used to be like 8 years ago, you could vote, like the entire week. And that just made it a little more convenient for you to vote. It's especially important for these areas where it's densely populated and they're underserved in terms of polling facilities like this one, where they wait 6 to 7 hours. It was easy for them to vote. They could just do it 3 days before when there was no line. Well, they shut that down. Now you only have all these areas where there's 4-hour lines. Now there's 8-hour lines because you all have to vote on the same day, and we're locking the bathrooms, and it's like, dude, how do you look yourself in the mirror? You're not trying to win based on legit tactics. You're not trying to win the hearts and minds of people. You're trying to keep your opponent's people from voting, and you're a scumbag for doing it.
That's worse than gerrymandering. I mean,
it is.
Your points aren't enough to win the votes. That you have to undercut your competition, basically. Like, you have no leg to stand on, so let's just fuck over our competition in a really bad way because we're fucking over people.
Yeah. How can you shut off the bathrooms? How can you justify making in America for a while it was getting easier and easier to vote. It was all voting day 15 years ago. And then it changed so that you could start voting like I remember when Kerry was running, Kerry versus Bush Jr. There was a whole week, lots of people voted early, and there was a really big turnout, so it was a good thing. Bush won that, fair and square, but since then they've been just narrowing down, making it harder and harder for Democrats to vote.
And these people have 9 to 5s. They're in low-income housing. The jobs they have don't give them that wiggle room. So if they want to vote, they have to, take a day off, which they can't really just give up freely.
Right.
Whereas... If you want to cast a vote, it's so much harder now.
Yeah, yeah. If you go back 10 years, then all you had to do was, like, I voted after work on, like, a Thursday. If people don't know, Tuesday is when you vote in America. But, you could do it on a weekend. You could do it whatever. Now, they're... How can you justify this? You are so clearly the bad guys in this situation. Be the good guys. Like, I don't know. Be the good guys by making policies that are good for the voters, and you'll win votes. What you're doing here is just dirty. It's
Focus
disgusting.
on you.
This is, I mean, the only thing this could otherwise be, the only thing is political correctness run amok, where it's where it really is an effort to be fair somehow to people who can't have access to the bathrooms, to deny access to everybody. And that's so fundamentally stupid and crazy that it's gotta be we don't want black people voting because they're gonna vote Democrat, and not enough old, Social Security living white people are gonna make it to the polls that day, and we're scared, so we're going to do it. It really is worse than redrawing the voting lines. Like, that's, at least for that, even though it's scumbaggy, there's an idea behind it. There's a practical purpose to be had on some level.
I don't know what level that is.
But if you had a friend, Lefty, that was going voting with you, he could help you get on the toilet, right?
Yeah, I'd have to bring like a mini crane system, and he could help me set it up, and then I can do it on my own, and then just...
I feel like you've just fucked everyone, even the Republicans that are gonna vote. Now they have to hold their bladder and also still get in those longer lines.
No, they're not on those lines. They live somewhere else.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if they really want to vote, can't they do like an absentee ballot or something like that? Do it from home, not even show up.
So the rules around absentee ballots change, and I can't tell you the rules on Floridian absentee ballots. But typically, you have to have it's not just an option for people who feel like absentee ballots. It's only an option for people who can't be there on voting day.
I think both sides are extremely guilty of doing anything and everything they can to cheat at elections. So if this is a Republican tactic to do as you say, it's kind of all's fair in love and war. It's shitty, but
the
the whole
Democrats
system's...
aren't doing this. You've got two battling parts, right? And the Democrats are trying to make it as easy to vote as possible because they feel like the easier it is to vote, the better they'll do. And the Republicans are trying to make it as hard to vote as possible because they feel like the fewer people that vote, the better off they'll be.
Mm-hmm. Well, in that sense, making it easier to vote is... It doesn't seem like it, but it is underhanded on that level because that is, in a different vein, but still in the same cluster of, I don't trust my points to ride on their merit. I'm going to try to make it easier for me to win just not arbitrary shit. Just, I'm going to try to open the floodgates as best I can, and there are enough people that just vote Democrat or Republican, whatever it is, just because that I will win just based off sheer numbers. It's not a meritorious.
But why are they voting blue? It's because they line up with those principles of welfare and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Government-dependent services.
But
so I don't think opening the floodgates really is a shitty tactic. They can open up some more red votes too.
Right, and it's not certainly as dastardly as restricting rights is probably always more dastardly, no matter what, than giving people rights.
Right.
I would say, as long as we're talking about the same right, because I restrict your right to,
I think both sides.
Awful things, but I give you the right to.
I mean, both
don't
sides
like
do
this.
certain
Republicans
things, but this
always
topic,
do this.
the one topic we're talking about,
Republicans always say oh, did you catch me killing something? Yeah, we all do it. It's like, no. This is really bad. And there's no equivalent on the other side. The other side is trying to make it easier to vote. And I kind of hear
it doesn't sound that bad. It's so
7-hour lines, turn off the bathrooms.
I don't think there'd be a 7-hour line if you. I'm pretty
at
sure
Miami-Dade County. Yeah.
Vote early though. I'm pretty sure there's early voting that you. If
Shut
these
down
people
that, too.
really want.
Woody said they shut that down.
County and state.
Well, maybe they could go to another district. I don't know.
But now they have to drive several hours.
But wait, you can't vote any place you want. You have to go to your own voting.
True. Damn it. I don't know. I guess that's shitty, but it seems like they could get a bunch of porta potties out there and solve the problem.
We need a billionaire to do that. Like a rich, like a Democratic billionaire to get all the permits, because of course, if the police are more Republican, that this could be an issue, but get a bunch of porta potties, go to all the polling places in Dade County, and just put them outside. So here you go. I mean, yeah, you will lose your place in line, but you can go to the bathroom and vote if you want.
Bring a friend.
So there is early voting in Florida.
Oh, okay.
Which is a work. I did a little Googling on it, and which is a workaround, and it's good. It doesn't make this right. Less wrong at best.
Yeah, you've taken away rights that didn't need to be taken away.
Yeah. Dr. Chiz.
Go on.
If hell exists, what song will be playing on an endless loop for eternity?
Like to torture me, or what do I think the soundtrack to hell is?
Oh, well, shucks. I hadn't thought of it that way. In my head, it was always torture, but...
Because if, I hang out in hell, I feel like it's Highway to Hell by AC/DC. That's what
right?
But if
or
it's something
Bat Out of Hell by Meatloaf?
Yep, that'll go as well.
See, I was going with, like, It's a Small World or Friday by Rebecca Black.
Friday, not so bad. It's a Small World will make you put a gun in your mythological hell mouth. Yeah, it's got to be like the wheels on the bus go round and round over and over again. Something like that. A kid's jingle. Oh. That would drive you up the walls.
People
Parents,
say,
you know what I'm talking about.
I like every kind of music. Have you heard children singing, motherfucker? That shit is dreadful.
A third grade choir with no talent in it, singing
talent or not,
could be Highway to Hell.
Just that sound of like that, like high pitched prepubescent boys' voices with that whole thing going on, all in sync. It's just like, oh my God, doesn't anyone else see how horrible this is? Why am I the only one who recognizes that horrible...
That's my boy, he has talent.
Fucking church choir type stuff with prepubescent boys is the worst.
I've got my answer. I'll link it to you guys. I don't know if this is right because I'm also doing the backup recording and I don't want it to show up just in case. There's a radio ad. I don't know if it's national or if it's just simply if it's just regional, but here in Chicago there is a radio jingle about donating your car for like a kids foundation. It's 1877 Cars for Kids, and holy mother of God, it is probably, like, if I had to listen to it, because it loops through the song because it's not long enough to last through the entire ad, I have to turn the radio off. I just have to. Whenever the song comes on, I got to turn it off. Just imagine listening to this over.
Really? I like this song.
over.
I've heard it before.
I feel like I can't listen to it. It'll show up and copyright strike me or something.
It's dislike to hell.
1877 Cars for Kids. It's like that.
Keep going.
It's just that on the loop.
And then there's a middle-aged guy that 1877 Cars for
That's
Kids.
the pedophile. So.
KARS Cars for Kids.
But if you ever want to donate a car, I bet you will know the right number.
Oh, I know. I hope the guy who wrote and composed this song is a millionaire by now. But God, it sucks.
I hope not. He's supposed to be donating cars to kids.
Yeah, right. Get profit off it.
No,
All
they
right.
got overhead costs.
So Lefty's got one. Chiz has got one. And Kyle, did you pick a song?
Yeah, I guess if it's just an annoying song that I hate. Oh man, there's some gospel music that's just terrible in my opinion. It has nothing to do with my religious affiliation. It's just bad music. The songs that are just like Jesus over and over and over just seem ridiculous. I just can't imagine that the Lord of the universe really wants us singing about him all the time like that, and so poorly as well. Like if I'm the Lord of the universe, I want Jay-Z like knocking down some notes for me. I want somebody talented, but That's just me. I guess.
If I'm Lord of the Universe, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Go right ahead.
I don't think I need that much praise. I get it. I'm Lord of the Universe. Let's not make a big deal about it.
Yeah, I make stars by snapping my finger. I don't care if Woody sings about me or not.
Yeah, I am so omniscient and omnipotent, and I can control everything, and I have a master plan, and I know what your past is, and I know what your future is.
Oh shit, you're Santa Claus.
You know, I don't think I have to, like, you know, my confidence is already high. I don't need your constant praise.
Mm-hmm. Enough wars have been fought over his name, so I think he's good.
Yeah. And the war thing, like, God.
He also told some guy to kill his own kid, and he did it, and you're like, fuck yeah.
He didn't do it.
He didn't stop it. It was a test.
I'm not familiar with that.
Though he did circumcise him, and thank you.
Yeah.
The thought was there, though.
Yes, that's all that mattered.
Mm-hmm.
He stayed his hand. Yeah, man, it's hard to pick a song that I hate. There's a lot of songs that people say are just annoying and they hate, and I like them. Even that 1877 Cars for Kids, I immediately recognize it, and I'm like, yeah, when that's on the radio, I'm like, 1877 Cars for Kids. Like, I don't change the channel. It's hard. I don't like heavy metal and shit like that. It'd probably be something like that, like something really harsh and something really.
I like
a lot of
metal sometimes, but what's the other one? Screamo. I can't really get into Screamo.
Yeah, that would be it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get real lyrics.
something like that. Yeah, I like lyrics. I like ballads. I like stories in my songs. I like to be able to understand the fucking lyrics. If you can't understand the lyrics, what's the point?
Exactly. That's why I'm a DJ.
You're a DJ?
I'm a DJ. You know I am. I could spit the best playlist out there on the fucking multiverse, baby.
From now on, you will be known as DJ Chiz.
DJ Shiv.
DJ Shiv.
There it is.
Right? I'm a DJ who occasionally backstabs people. What can I
DJ
say?
Shiv, right there.
I'm a multitasker.
Woody, what's your song?
Didn't I pick the first one? Oh,
Did
It's
you?
a Small World was my song.
Oh, okay. All right, so then you got to DJ a party in hell. What's your playlist? What are you doing to
Am
get
I
the party
torturing
rocking
people?
in hell?
Rocking?
No. It's a we're going South Park version of hell here, where
Highway
sometimes they throw a party.
I don't know. I would just put a lot of AC/DC on, some Metallica.
I'm a rolling thunder and pouring rain.
Metallica,
that would be the way to go.
AC/DC, and I'm gonna throw some Green Day in there because fuck everybody else. I like Green Day.
God,
I like Green Day too. I don't know why. How could you not like Green Day? It's pretty good stuff.
Right?
No, it is pretty good stuff. Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah,
I'm
I like
on the
Green Day
best.
too.
I like
What's
how who's the Billy Joel? Not that
Billy
Billy
Joel
Joel.
Armstrong.
Billy Joel Armstrong.
Yeah.
He was. They cut. Was it a charity event or some award show where they cut Green Day's segment short because Usher ran long or Usher wanted to start early, and he'd been. The rumor was that he had been drinking a little bit backstage, and he just went off on everybody on stage. It was great. You can find the video. And he's like, "Yeah, we got to get out of here because Usher ran long, so fuck that and fuck you." And he just dropped the mic and left.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
What was I gonna say? Drop the mic.
What's in your hand?
This hand?
No, the other one with the object in it.
This?
Yeah.
This is the back to the chair that Colin sits in when he plays Minecraft.
Oh. Okay.
I didn't know people could. It's off camera for me.
Nope.
Nope.
But if I go to the front screen, see, yeah, chair back.
See those legs in all their glory.
Oh, that was my last topic that I had planned, except for one more, and I'm not sure if I like it.
I have one.
Let's hear
Okay,
it.
Stephen Colbert taking over
Letterman.
Late Show.
Yep. Awesome.
Is everybody excited?
Well, the thing is, I don't watch network television, but if I did, I would be pretty excited that you've got Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, and Colbert on late night.
Yeah, doesn't it seem like late night got stale at one point?
And
Like,
that other guy who's
Yeah, like the last 15 years.
yeah, like I think I'm not I know the internet loves Conan, but me, I feel like he just makes a goofy face a lot or something. Like, I don't see a lot of clever stuff come from him. I don't see a lot of pre-work, right? Jimmy Fallon, when he's doing his skits, God, that guy must work hard. You know, when he does the lip sync competitions, when he does the songs, right, with his band and they're playing like children's instruments, that stuff is high effort energy TV. Conan O'Brien, on the other hand, just interviews people, like makes a silly face or something. Like Conan O'Brien, Jay Leno, and David Letterman, I think, are not keeping pace with the new group of Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, and what I expect from Stephen Colbert.
And there's some other guy, whoever is the king of Saturday Night Live, is taking Fallon's spot, and Fallon is moving up into Leno's spot, if I recall. Because Leno's going.
Yeah.
All these young guys that can do skits and shit, and they know what's funny, and they're on Twitter, which was a big deal when Leno was getting pushed out.
Really?
Why, he's not on Twitter or what?
He doesn't run his own account, but like Fallon, he has a huge, like 1.5 million Twitter followers, and that's a big deal. It was one of the biggest talking points about the matter. But those guys are great.
Interesting. I was
awesome.
I forget where I was. I was doing a commercial shoot for Gamma Labs or something like a year and a half ago, and one of the cameramen, you know, he does like work all over the industry, and he was saying that the number of Twitter followers has a lot to do with what kind of roles that you land. You know, that they absolutely look at that when they determine how much you pay, and how much like, you know, when you choose an actor or an actress, it's partly based on, of course, how good they are at their craft, but it's also partly based on how many people have an interest in them.
At Lefty643 is all I got to say.
So, you know, if you have a big Twitter following and you're looking to get acting work, then that's a big part of the gig. That's what the cameraman told me.
Can't hurt.
See, the reason I thought they were pushing out Leno is because he just wasn't funny anymore. But
yeah,
the reason the Twitter thing came up, he wasn't in touch with the younger community, which are all on Twitter nowadays, and he's just not.
Are they?
I don't know. To me, Twitter is something that you like set up and ignore. Like, no, I don't. Obviously, I work in social media to some extent, but I think a lot of Twitter accounts are just zombied.
Oh, I agree, but I don't know. Twitter's a pretty big deal. I get more news through Twitter than I do surfing CNN.com.
Man, I get all of my news from Reddit these days.
Yeah, I do too. All I use Twitter for. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on, Kyle. Let me.
If somehow they censored Reddit, I wouldn't know about it. We could nuke a country and I wouldn't hear
it. With Twitter, I mostly use it. I just look at people who write me. You know, like it's a way that I pretty much read what my Twitter followers are telling me. That's all I use it for.
Well, we don't follow anyone, so the only news you're gonna get is from.
Are you calling T-Mart's mom no one?
No. He also followed somebody else this evening, and within 30 goddamn minutes, Reddit.com/r/PKA had fucking not Humphrey Bogart, Sherlock Holmes that shit, and all of a sudden now there's posts about like, oh, Woody followed somebody extra. Is that the guest for PKA? Like, mother of God.
What happened there, if you guys are curious, is our original guest couldn't make it, so I started looking around for all sorts of different guest ideas, and I followed Philly D to see if he was available, and he didn't write back in time. I can check. I don't go on Twitter while I'm doing the show, but I can.
And not that I'm picking on you guys. I think it's really cool that you guys are interested in the show that much.
Yeah.
Fucking CSI over there on the subreddit.
Creepy.
Yeah.
A little creepy, but equal parts creepy, equal parts cool.
Yeah.
How about that?
Philly D hasn't replied to me, and he hasn't made a tweet in 7 hours, so I think he just hasn't been on his account.
Yeah.
Probably.
He's got a baby on the way.
That's right.
That. When?
Oh yeah, she's due soon, I think.
Oh wait, I think I did know that. I think he had told me that actually.
Yeah.
At the Titanfall event.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, it's pretty neat. I checked the entire internet and I found the best Twitter account, and that's the only one I follow. T-Mart's mom.
Awesome lady.
I used to follow nobody, and my point was I don't follow anybody. I follow you. You know, the people who are writing the notifications at me, right? You know, the only people I care about are my fans. And a lot of people interpreted it as like, Woody, you're too good to follow anyone, stuff like that. And I was like, well, shit, I'll follow someone. And I grabbed T-Mart's mom, figuratively. And so that's who I follow, T-Mart's mom.
Does she ever tweet out anything good? Any news, hot takes, sports takes, that kind of stuff?
Every so often she tweets something that gets my attention. Like I know T-Mart had a big interest in like Bitcoin, and then it crashed, and she's like, "I told him if it seems too good to be true, it's too good to be true." And I'm like, "Go, Mom! Go ahead, drop it, Mom. I told you so on that boy. He needs to know." and yeah, so I like that.
We're closing in on 4 hours, I'd say.
Yeah.
3 hours and 47 minutes by my count. I don't know exactly when Woody started recording, though. Maybe a few seconds earlier, behind. Plus or minus 5 seconds, let's call it.
Does anyone have any other topics to just...
I don't think so.
Yeah. You got your throwaway one. How bad is it? Why don't you want to use it?
Oh, I just didn't... I'll let you know. It's not that it's terrible. So... hybrid motorcycles. They are part gas motor, or they actually run on all kinds of different fuels, and part electric motors are going to be used by elite soldiers because they can ride into battle on electric motorcycle stealthy.
No, that's cool.
It's pretty badass, yeah.
Here's a picture of the motorcycle. I'll give you guys the URL.
There's that joke in Weeds early on where the gangster
yeah!
wants the hybrid because like we can roll up on them all silent and stealth like.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Looks good.
Cool.
I mean,
Hope
imagine
they're not
Navy
bright orange
SEALs.
like that.
Yeah, right?
It talks about it, right? For covert ops, allowed engines guaranteed to blow their cover. And now they have electric motorcycles where for a short distance you can be quiet.
That's pretty cool.
That's nice.
I still like the whole we're gonna design this stealth chopper specifically for this mission, fucking crash it, and then we're gonna blow it up when we leave. That's the ultimate badass. I mean, riding in on electric motorcycles, cool, but this thing is designed to be crashed, live through the crash, protect everybody, do our mission, and then we blow the shit out of it and go.
That's a real thing?
Yeah.
That's
We
how they
have
got
disposable helicopters?
SEAL Team 6.
Yeah, SEAL Team 6.
Well, they weren't supposed to be disposable.
They weren't supposed to be.
They had that stealth chopper they used on the Osama bin Laden raid. It crashed, and then they blew it up so the Pakistanis wouldn't get any of our shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's not the story Lefty told.
But that's how I choose to view it. You view it however any way you want. I'll view it this way.
If they're my facts, I'll interpret them as I choose.
But a rotary helicopter was, I mean, how badass is that? We crashed, everybody, because that feature had to be designed into it. We crashed, everybody lived, we still did the mission, and then we had the foresight, oh shit, we can't fly this thing out of here, let's just blow it up and go. That's cool. I did think that it was part of the mission design from the beginning, but okay. Now that I think about it, why would you crash a helicopter that's designed, one of its primary things is it's easy to take off and land vertically. That's kind of its whole point.
Sharp as a marble there, Lefty.
Yeah. Sometimes it's...
You have your moments, The paralysis just kicks in.
Yeah, I know.
Cloudy thoughts.
The paralysis, it shoots up to my brain momentarily. And
maybe if you didn't smoke pot so much. Just throwing that out there.
Damn it!
I mean, he's...
No.
Bad contact high.
Wait, why do I have to be oh, damn, you guys are...
Green background, that's what you're hiding your plants behind.
It's just a gigantic marijuana
What do you do for light?
I've got 3...
Can you point the camera at your various lights?
Here.
Break the fourth wall. Let us see what you're doing for lighting.
Hide the bodies.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I got a couple of those.
Got a big old softbox? Yeah, sure. We all got that.
I got 3 of them.
You have 3 of them. So you have one from your left front, one from your right front, and a hair light?
Hold on, I just want to make sure this doesn't...
I bet that's what he has.
No. I've got 2 because I'm kind of tucked in like a corner. I always kind of like a corner shot. I don't know why. I was always a big fan of that. But the green screen kind of changed everything because it has to be flat. It would be, I would think, really hard in order to make it. There would have to be a lot of light to get it to work in a corner. But I've got 2 there and 1 there and 1 up there more, providing light down here. And then the one that I showed you when I use the green screen, I turn on just to throw light on the screen itself.
So you don't have one behind you shining toward the camera?
Well, no, I do have a what's the word?
It's a hair light, bitch. It is.
No, it's behind me. It's to my back left.
That's a hair light.
Is it a hair light? Is that what it's supposed to do?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, if you got it, you flaunt it.
Well, here, I'll turn it off, and this is what it looks like.
Yep, can't see your hair.
Yeah. Oh God.
What? Oh,
look at you. So you just got
no credibility
on that 1 to 10 scale. You just got like 1.5 higher. So much sexier.
I didn't know that's what that was supposed to be.
Yeah, I think it's called a hair light, and sometimes it's called a key light. I'm sure someone out there is going to correct me. But the one that's like behind, lighting you from the back, it pretty much illuminates your hair, makes you look good.
Oh, I didn't know that. I googled 3-point lighting.
Yes.
And I hit images because I knew somebody had to draw a map for dumbasses like me, and there was a map of it. It's like
left front, right front, hair light. I called it.
So I guess it was. I've never seen it called hair light. I've always seen it be like a key light or something like that. But okay, it always said the key light was supposed to light the key object in the shot, but I just was like, okay,
yeah, your hair.
Okay, then yeah. I found some new stuff today, trying it out. It's the Axe. It's not the firm hold. It's
purple one.
No, it's not the purple one. It's the blue. I don't know what it is.
I've only seen red, purple, and yellow.
Yeah,
I've got the yellow.
All the other stuff was like for spikes and stuff, and I always have trouble with this. Like my bangs on my left side just kind of droop, and I want to go for like a more Pierce Brosnan-y look, and so. Plus, I didn't have the hairspray that I used though, so I had to fucking. This is
how many hair products do you have?
What? How many hair products do I have?
Yeah.
Like for washing and conditioning, and then.
Oh my god.
Styling.
Just Axe and hairspray.
Okay.
You use hairspray?
Yeah, a little bit just to hold it. If
like a girl would?
Yes, Woody. Exactly.
Owned it right there.
I saw the movie Hairspray once. None of the guys used it.
Actually, Zac Efron was kind of all about the hairspray in the movie, if you recall. Holy shit, I just admitted to watching Hairspray.
Wow, you both admitted to watching Hairspray.
Apparently I didn't really see it.
Hairspray was not bad at all. I enjoyed it, personally.
Well, you're you.
So, yeah, just I damp hair. I don't blow dry it. I just towel dry, and then a lot of people ask about how I do my hair, and it's just it's damp. I usually run a comb through it to try to get the part out when it's damp, and then I put the stuff in my hands, and I just boom, 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 and then just lock it in with a mist of hairspray. That's it.
I have a question for the forum, and I want to know if I'm being a douche, because I think I am, and I'm kind of making up for it. When I get my hair cut, I think I tip pretty well. I think it costs, I forget if it's $12 or $14, but then I pay $20, right? The rest is tip. I think that's even at $14, a $6 tip I think is pretty strong, right?
It's huge.
Yeah.
The thing is this. I go in there, and typically they're all like I almost feel like a piece of meat, like, because they know I'm a good tipper at this point. And how do you want it? And this is what I say. I say, shorten the top, but keep it long enough to comb. Buzz the back and sides with a 2. Point me at the television. Faster is better. Every time, the exact same thing. And at first they're like, huh? What? Buzz the back and sides with the number 2. Keep the top long enough to comb. Point me at the television. Faster is better. And they're like, all right. Now I've been going there for like a couple years. And, I sit down. Shorten the top, but keep it long enough to comb. Buzz the back and sides with the number 2. Point me at the television. Faster is better. And they start laughing like, yeah, faster's better. Point me at the television and start cutting my hair. And I get that. I wouldn't call that polite, right? Like, and there's an implied, don't talk to me. I don't say that because that's extra.
Order.
That's extra rude. But I don't have TV. And while at like a longer level, I'm kind of happy I don't have television. I'm not wasting time. It's not just background noise at my house all the time for like to either take away from the way we interact and love each other, or just provide a noise level that combat whatever that competes with us. I'm glad the TV's off in my home mostly. Mm-hmm. We do have Netflix, but outside of that, that's more planned and there's an end. So, but on the other hand, when I go to a hotel or the barber and it's like, oh, there it is. People just like CNN's running and it's like totally news that's happening right now, or ESPN is going. That's the other thing they have on there a lot, and they're sitting there talking about like sports I don't even give a shit, but it's I'm still fascinated by it, and like, if you were a barber, would you want me?
Yeah,
if
totally.
you tipped well, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, if you didn't tip well and you gave that, you're barking an order when you say you're lying. That's basically an order. Do this now. We're done talking.
Mm-hmm.
Start your job. If you didn't tip and you did that, you probably get told to fuck off and not point you in front of the TV. But I think because you tip extremely well, they're like, all right. Plus, you're a regular.
Yeah, I'm definitely a regular. They remember my name and stuff, and I don't.
You're not like going to Boston and telling these people your order of hair.
When he just tests local salons, like he just storms in, sits down, and he's like,
"You don't even have a TV. I'm done," and walks out.
I think that's what he told him in Chicago, though.
That's not true at all.
No?
What? That they didn't
have a TV?
Oh,
no,
when
my
we got our
line?
haircut in Chicago.
Yeah, but I didn't. Did I say faster is better? I don't think I said that part. And I definitely didn't say point me at the TV because there was none. I think I just.
There wasn't.
Yeah, in this case, in Chicago, I think I just said, buzz the top, or buzz the back and sides of the number 2 and keep the top long enough to comb, which I think it's the other part that's the assholey part that the tip is meant to overcome. But it's. I don't know. I don't mean to be a jerk about it, but I recognize it's a little bit jerky.
So your intention is to imply, don't talk to me, I won't watch the TV.
It is. I used to do a similar thing. When my kids were like 2, right? I don't know if you've ever taken a 2-year-old to the restaurant. I might be the only one that's done this here. They make a mess. And to some extent, it's just unavoidable, right? Like, they don't even bring their own food, right? Like, we're at the restaurant, we're ordering stuff. They're eating animal crackers, and there's crumbs on the floor, right? You have to, like, come by with a little vacuum thing after a kid eats at a table like that. And I would tip extra well because I get that there's an extra amount of work. And in my head, it's like, well, that's kind of the agreement we have here. I hope that you're okay with this. Mm-hmm. You got extra work because there's a kid seated in your area, and in exchange for that, you got extra money because that seems fair. I don't know. At the barber, it's like, I like it when you don't dilly-dally while cutting my hair. I'm always in a rush. Let's do this.
Don't talk to me.
Yeah, one time they asked me if I was in a rush. They're like, are you in a big rush? I'm like, I kind of live in a rush.
That's how I maintain. I'm always rushing.
That's my secret. I'm always rushing. So, according to the forum, not a douche.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they're not a douche.
Not a douche.
All right.
Ended on there?
Here it is. Woody's Gamertag. Proven conclusively. Not a douche. PKA 176.
Good night, guys.